Very much appreciate everyone's participation and attendance today. If you are able to participate, we are actively using Slido. As you see in the bottom right corner of your screen, if you can either scan that QR code or go to slido.com and enter in NERC 909 within the meeting code. There is no passcode or anything to be able to join. We will be moderating Q&A feature in Slido. That means we will not be using any Q&A feature or chat feature in WebEx. If you would like to ask a question to any of the panelists at any time during the workshop, please use the Slido tool. We will continue to remind folks as we get to each panel, as folks may need to leave and come back. You can go ahead and enter and join that poll now. The Q&A feature will just we'll have some moderation until we're ready to take some questions, and then we'll go through a Q&A following each of the panels. We'll go ahead and kick it over here to Vice President of Engineering Standards and PRISM here at NERC, and would like to welcome her for a keynote address. Pass it over to you, Sujin.
Thank you, Jamie. First, I'd just like to say thank you so much for all of your participation today. And also, I did see the registration list, and I want to say thank you because we have a large number of participants today. So I know that many people are here just to learn and inform NERC and also just to participate. Many of the people who are on the call today, I know, are new players. You're new to NERC, you're new to the ERO, and I just want to say welcome because, quite frankly, we can't do our jobs without industry participation. And one of the things that we learned in Order 901 generally is that the harder the problems get, the more technical the problems are, we rely on industry more and more. I think that when we first exercised Rule 321 to get milestone 2 across the finish line, we knew that there were a lot of hurdles. But one of the shining lights that came out of that 321 process was that our technical workshops, our technical conferences do serve as a beacon of hope for getting everyone in the room, laying out all the cards with regards to technical problems, and also making sure that we move forward and address these risks on the bulk power systems in a collaborative and coordinated fashion. And so, again, I just want to thank you for being here. With that being said, we know we have a lot of work ahead of us. Order 909 did lay out 3 directives for us to consider and to consider certain modifications. I will say, first, PRC 29 does lay the foundation for moving us very strongly in the direction of increasing reliability with regards to new generation coming onto the bulk power system and ensuring that we have performance requirements in place to ensure the stability and reliability of the grid. I firmly believe that we made the right call with PRC 29 and that we'd like to make sure that we're elevating the floor for reliability here. With that being said, also FERC said in their Order 909 that there are certain things that we should go back and consider. And I think that that starting point really is here today. We need to have more information. And I think that the way our Director of Standards, Jamie Calderon, has laid out the agenda for today, all the panels before you today, we're going to highlight some of the technical issues that need to be addressed relatively quickly. I know there's a very short timeline for many people. And we're going to do that in a very coordinated fashion. If I can, I just want to highlight that there were 3 things that we're really going to discuss, which is the exemptions for the HVDC connections, connected IBRs. We need to understand more about that. We need to understand what are the DC chopper limitations. Also, if we're going to consider exemptions for IBRs with long lead times, we need to understand there's no blank check here. We need to understand where's the cutoffs, what type of narrowly tailored exemptions could be possible. And also we need to clarify how hardware limitations come into play here. I think that if we can really get to the heart of those 3 issues, we can lay the groundwork for the drafting teams. Many of you know that a SAR has been posted and we have an open comment period right now. That comment period, I believe, is closing mid-December. And so for all the folks on the call today, I want to encourage you not only to participate in today's technical conference, but to submit very robust comments in our SAR process. We are modernizing our standards process, but until that process is finalized, we do have a SAR process where industry is able to comment on our standards authorization requests. That standards authorization request will really lay the groundwork for the drafting team, the scoping of the project, And also the comments that is submitted by industry will be able to outline a lot of the technical record that we need for making narrowly tailored carve outs or maybe making modifications to the standards. We're not presupposing what the solution is here, but we are saying that we can build this record, and then this will enable the drafting teams to make very informed decisions in December and January. And so if you take anything away from today, please make sure that you're participating in the technical conference in the way that the panels are highlighting all of the risks on with regards to these directives and all the risks that are being opened up on the power system. If there's anything you need to share, please make sure that those comments are submitted in the SAR forms as well. I want to encourage a lot of engagement again with regard throughout this drafting process. If you're not familiar with the standards process, please know it's iterative. We do have ballots in place, and we do allow for participation in the drafting team meetings. Also, many of you are concerned about timing just generally. And with that, we do encourage you to come forward and talk to us as NERC staff, the ERO enterprise, work with the regions, and talk with us about your projects in particular. If there are any concerns in general that we need to be aware of, highlighting those issues, whether they be certain deadlines, certain equipment limitations, technical background, all of that information does feed these drafting teams, and it informs NERC staff and the ERO staff. And so please make sure that you come forward and participate today. And finally, I just want to say thank you again. I do look forward to the discussion today. I think these panels are going to be highly informative. We've got some great technical staff here today. Thank you to the panelists that are here. And I look forward to seeing how we move forward, not just in the standards world, but how we move forward with addressing all the concerns with regards to IBRs on the system. And if you have any questions, I would like to say, please reach out to me, any of the standards staff. Jamie is always available as well as Director of Standards, but she's got a great management team as well. Allison Oswald, Sandhya. There's also two coordinators that you can reach out to at any time and get you in touch with the right people, Levitra and Kelsey. Please reach out to them. And so therefore, we'll always make sure that our doors are open and that we're having an open line of communication with you. So thank you, and I look forward to having a robust discussion today.
Great, thank you, Sijen. And always, we'd like to start our meetings and workshops with a quick antitrust disclaimer. So I'll be handing that over here to Kelsey to review that, and we'll get started on our workshop today.
Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending the FERC Order number 909 virtual workshop. As a reminder to all participants, this meeting is public. The registration information was posted on the NERC website and widely distributed. Speakers should keep in mind that the listening audience may include members of the press and representatives of various governmental authorities, in addition to the expected participation by industry stakeholders. It is NERC's policy and practice to obey the antitrust laws and to avoid all conduct that unreasonably restrains competition. This policy requires the avoidance of any conduct that violates or that might appear to violate the antitrust laws. Any NERC participant that is uncertain about the legal ramification of a particular course of conduct, or who has doubts or concerns about whether or not NERC's antitrust compliance policy is implicated in any situation, should consult NERC's General Counsel, Sonia Hasha. Should you wish to ask a question during today's meeting, please use the Slido QR code posted throughout the presentation to bring you to the Q&A feature. There will be several opportunities for questions throughout today's workshop. At this time, I'll turn the meeting back over to Jamie.
Great, thank you so much, Kelsey. So again, we've already gone through some of the open discussion here on how we'll be doing Q&A. So first, we'll be having a discussion here with FERC Order 901 summary, and go ahead and hand this over to Sandhya Madan. Sandhya?
Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandhya. I'm the Manager in Standards Development at NERC. And I'll be going over a brief history of FERC Order 901 and the different milestones and where we're at currently with some of these projects. Next slide. Thank you. So since this has been established as a new project in standards development, I wanted to go over just a brief background on how NERC facilitates standards development process. So NERC's role is served to be the program manager or the project manager for the standards development project. And it is the drafting team that develops the specifics, the requirements, and the technical documentation behind the standards or their updates. So for strong reliability standards, we identify the responsible entities and the objectives and the periodicity. However, we do not specify how these are met. There is a lot more background in some of these supporting documents, like the technical rationale, that the industry can use for more information. Next slide. So since this FERC Order 901 project is related to IBRs and electric grid and how they affect reliability, just providing a brief overview of just some of the events that have happened in the past few years. So there are a lot of NERC event reports that went into how IBRs have impacted the grid reliability, and these are starting all the way back around 2016. There have been different causes. We have provided a deep dive into some of these technical issues, and that brings us to the FERC Order 901 directives. So next slide. So FERC Order 901 was issued in 2023, and FERC directed NERC to develop new or modified reliability standards for any reliability gaps related to IBR data sharing, model validation, and studies, as well as any performance requirements. So this full implementation of all of these updated standards should be done by January 1st, 2030. Slide. So looking at the FERC Order 901 directives, it was laid out in 4 different milestones. The first milestone was to provide a work plan submission for FERC Order 901, and that was completed in January of 2024. By end of last year, 2024, November, we issued or we filed with FERC a few standards that related to performance requirements and post-performance validation for registered IBR. This year, we worked on new or updated reliability standards that were related to data sharing and model validation for all of the IBRs. And next year, we will be filing with FERC reliability standards that address the performance data in operational and planning studies. And I'll go into more of these milestones in the next few slides. Okay, next slide. So milestone 2, this was done last year, and this had 3 different topics that we worked on. The first one was disturbance monitoring and data sharing, and we worked on a couple of different standards, PRC2 and PRC28. This related to IBR definitions as well as IBR disturbance monitoring. This data sharing portion was sort of carried over to milestone 3 requirements, where we use some of this data for model validation. The next topic was on IBR right-through criteria, and we looked at 2 different standards for IBR right-through. This is PRC24 and PRC29, and that's going to be the focus of the remainder of the workshop. And PRC30 was created to analyze IBR excursions and perform any post-event analytics. Okay, next slide. So most of this year, we worked on the milestone 3 projects, and again, 3 different buckets for these projects. The first one was model verification and model validation. And Mod 26 was updated with some of these requirements. We also defined 2 new terms. One is model verification and one is model validation. The next topic is modeling and analysis data. And we updated Mod 32 for ensuring consistent data for model validation in accordance with ERO criteria. And the third was Mod 33, which is related to system model requirements. And we made sure that we're able to do model validation with dynamic event data. Okay, next slide. So in the next few slides, I'll go over some of the specific updates that we made to the milestone 3 standards. The first one is for project 2022-02. This updated Mod 32, and we want to establish consistent modeling and data requirements and reporting procedures for some of the cases. So just want to provide a few highlights. There is an estimation portion that is directly from the directive, and we want to make sure that we are estimating the modeling data and parameters of IBR DERs in the aggregate. We also provided some more details for dynamic model submissions for some of the library models, as well as provided more detail on when user-written models are accepted, what are the requirements that the PCs and the GPs will set up for some of these models. Next slide. For Project 2020-06, there were two components. One is defining some of the glossary terms. One is model verification and the other is model validation. So for model verification, we wanted to confirm the model structure and parameter values, represent the equipment or facility accurately. And model validation is the process of comparing measurements with simulation results and make sure that the model behavior matches the measured behavior. Next slide. So just to give you a flavor of some of these updates, we updated some of the tables in this model in standard mod 26 to look at the IBR, specifically the IBR controls, as well as any reactive power devices associated with these IBRs. Okay, next slide. So just an update on the milestone 3 timeline. All projects have passed the industry ballot and were approved by the NERC Board of Trustees. These standards were submitted to FERC yesterday, November 4th. So that is the update for milestone 3, and then we can go into the milestone 4 standards. So the milestone 4 standards broadly relates to studies that are done in power systems. One aspect of that is the operational studies, and the other one is planning studies. So we established two different projects for these studies. One is Project 2025-03, this is for operational studies, and the other is 2025-04 for planning studies. So taking a look at Project 2025-03 for operational studies, there are a few proposed updates over here. One is to take a look at the definitions and make sure that we include IBR performance as well as any sudden IBR output reduction. So we're taking a look at real-time assessment, operational planning analysis, and balancing contingency event, and seeing how these can be updated for any sudden loss of generation, generator isolation, and generator output levels. Next slide. Some of the other standards that we are taking a look at as a part of Project 2025-03 is the transmission operations standard. So for TOP1 and TOP2, we want to make sure that for preventing instability and cascading outages, IBR performance is included within the system, and we're accounting IBR performance for system operating limits. Also for the IRO standards, we want to make sure that the operators are able to monitor and analyze data for the system. So while they're doing this, we want to make sure that they have the correct IBR information as well as IBR performance information to identify any operating limits, and they're able to provide accurate real-time assessments. Right, next slide. The next potential updates we're looking at are for FAC 11 standard and PRC 12 standard. So FAC 11, this takes a look at system operating limits, and we want to make sure that all generation resources, including IBRs, are included in the study models when we calculate these limits. Also for PRC 12, this provides requirement for RAS schemes, and we want to evaluate IBR performance for RAS. So just big picture for operational studies, we want to make sure that IBR performance is accounted for, and this includes IBR DERs as well as unregistered IBRs and aggregate DERs. Next slide. So this SAR, our standard authorization request, was posted for comments, and I wanted to give you some of the common themes that we have seen in these industry comments. The first one was talking about some of the prescriptive SAR language, and also about the practicality of SAR requirements and how they can be applied across different entities. The second one was concerns about visibility into unregistered IBRs and aggregated DERs and how these can be incorporated into some of the assessments. And also looking at requirements for distribution providers to provide this data in real time. And so the third common theme was taking a look at some of the definitions and where they already include the necessary components. So NERC is looking at all of these comments, and we want to make sure that we address these industry comments. Again, the SAR is just a list of proposed requirements, so we will be providing some summary comment responses for these comments. Okay, the next slide. The next project for milestone 4 is 2025-04, and this takes a look at all of the planning studies update. So for this project, we are going to take a look either at TPL1 or potentially a new standard to establish planning performance requirements to include IBR performance. We also want to make sure that any grid stress performance conditions are updated where necessary and potentially include right-through performance as well for these IBRs. Okay, next slide. Some of the common themes were talking about any potential overreach as compared to the directives provided in FERC Order 901, and also ensure that the requirements reflect current modeling capabilities as well as any regulatory jurisdictions. Some of the other common themes also suggested that the concept of grid stress performance conditions may be too vague and provide more details for TPL1, as well as, again, difficulty in obtaining accurate data for unregistered IBRs and DERs. So again, we're definitely taking a look at all of these, and our drafting team is comprised of people from different entities as well as different regions. And we want to make sure that while we are taking a look at grid reliability and ensuring that with inclusion of IBRs, we are still operating a stable grid. We want to make sure that some of these requirements are realistic for industries to actually implement these requirements. So again, as with the other project, we're going to be providing some summary comment responses for this project as well. Going into the next slide. For the milestone 4 timeline, we do have drafting teams for milestone 4, and we really appreciate industry's involvement in drafting these standards. We do have in-person drafting team meetings scheduled on December 2nd and 3rd, and these are open in person to the drafting teams. And for observers, WebEx option is available, and more details will be coming on that. Also take a look at the NERC calendar to get the latest information on some of these meetings. We do have industry workshops planned for 2026, and we are going to provide the milestone 4 standards to be submitted to FERC by November 4th of 2026. Okay, next slide. I think these slides will be posted, so provided some links for all of the project pages as well as our work plan in response to FERC Order 901. Okay. I think that is the end of the presentation.
We'll now have a presentation by Lauren Parati, our Assistant General Counsel here at NERC, regarding FERC Order number 909 and number 909A summaries. Lauren, hand it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It appears my camera is not working today, so I will go ahead and do this on mute. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Lauren Parati. I am Assistant General Counsel. I support NERC's standard development efforts before FERC and the Canadian regulatory authorities. I'm going to provide you all a brief background and explanation of the issues that bring us all together today. I'm going to ask Kelsey to advance the slide and start with a light bit of background. Sonia just gave you an overview of order number 901, but I do want to reiterate some of that to put our discussion today in the right context. So order number 901 was issued in 2023 discussing the need to address issues identified in various ERO analysis of grid disturbances, including the issue of IBR ride-through of system disturbances. As Sonia discussed, there were 4 milestones of work contemplated under order number 901, first being the work plan, describing how NERC would address these different issues, and then milestones 2 through 4 due in 2024, 2025, and 2026. Next slide, please. So there's a bit of a block text here. I'm not going to repeat it all, but basically FERC directed NERC to develop newer modified standards to require IBR generator owners to use the right settings to ride through system disturbances and to allow tripping only to protect the equipment from damage, similar to when synchronous generation resources are allowed to trip to protect from internal faults. This is kind of important. I'm going to discuss next the exemptions that FERC contemplated in order number 901. If you could advance the slide, please. So in order number 901, FERC had considered the comment suggesting that there may need to be exemptions from whatever ride-through requirements NERC established. Importantly, FERC specified that any such exemption should only be for voltage ride-through performance settings and only for existing IBRs that are unable to modify their settings to ride through without physically modifying the equipment. The commission distinguished between settings updates, which they understood would take care of a lot of ride-through issues, and hardware replacement in giving this guidance to NERC. The commission also said to the extent NERC determines that a limited exemption is appropriate for those registered IBRs currently in operation and unable to meet voltage requirements due to hardware issues, that NERC should develop standards to mitigate the impacts of that exemption. Advance the slide, please. So in developing a responsive standard, PRC 29.1, the drafting team considered the commission's guidance from order number 901. There are frequency and ride-through requirements, and under requirement R4, exemptions from those criteria are available for IBRs that are in service by the PRC 29.1 effective date that have known hardware limitations that prevent the IBR from meeting the ride-through criteria. Now, even though order number 901 specified only voltage ride-through criteria, the team identified the need for frequency ride-through criteria exemptions as well, had justified those, and they were approved by the commission in order number 909, which I'll discuss in a second. In order to avail themselves of this limitation, the IBR owner must submit documented hardware limitations to their compliance enforcement authority, planning coordinator, transmission planner, transmission operator, and reliability coordinator. The IBR owner is required to follow up on any requests for additional information and to notify their reliability entities within 90 days of their compliance enforcement authority accepting a hardware limitation. Importantly, once that hardware is replaced and the limitation is no longer present, the exemption would no longer apply. Okay, if you could advance the slide, please. So in docket number RM 25.3, the commission considered approval of PRC 29.1 and the companion standard PRC 24.4, which was simply exempting IBRs from the scope of that existing ride-through standard. FERC specifically sought comments. I'm sorry, could you go back one slide? Yes, FERC specifically sought comment on the PRC 29.1 exemption provisions. The comments received in that underlying rulemaking were mostly supportive of the exemption process, but there were requests for clarity regarding the documentation necessary to secure exemptions when the legacy IBR owners are unable to identify specific hardware causing limitation due to circumstances beyond their control, such as the equipment manufacturer going out of business. And there were comments seeking to expand exemptions to cover additional equipment and situations, which we'll discuss in a moment. Advance the slide, please. So in order number 909, FERC proposed to approve, or approved the standard and issued several directives to NERC. The first being to address the documentation issue regarding absence of documentation for OEMs that were out of business and an inability to demonstrate that the specific equipment causing the limitation. But there are also directives to consider further exemptions and to submit an informational filing following full implementation of the assessment of the reliability impacts of the exemption process. The two issues that FERC directed NERC to consider through its process, first, to address the issues raised in the rulemaking proceeding regarding HVDC connected IBRs with choppers and long lead time equipment, and to submit the determination of what to do about those issues within 12 months. If you could advance the slide. In making this finding, FERC found that there were colorable concerns raised post order number 901 regarding these HVDC connected IBRs with choppers, both existing now and new in the future, that cannot comply with R1 due to limitations on how they operate, and long lead time projects that will not be in service by the PRC 29 effective date, but may have been designed years ago and significant financial resources committed to those projects. FERC noted that NERC's drafting team did not consider these issues due to those order number 901 limitations on the scope of appropriate exemptions that we discussed before. Recall that FERC said that exemptions should be considered and limited to voltage ride-through requirements for existing equipment. So there was no discussion in 901 about future effective equipment. If you could advance the slide. Another block of text here, but I think it's really important to understand how the commission framed NERC's consideration of this issue. They said that we believe that attempts to address these concerns would benefit from a vetting through NERC standards development process. They said you could consider exemptions or a different approach to address these issues, or alternatively, no change at all. So if you could advance the slide. This again is the scope of the commission's directive, whether and if so, how to account for the equipment limitations of HVDC connected IBRs with choppers and long lead time between adopting IBR design and placing IBR in service. The commission clarified that NERC may develop appropriate solutions for these issues beyond the narrow parameters set in 901 for exceptions or exemptions from ride-through requirements. NERC is to submit its determination and any proposed modifications within 12 months. And, the commission further reiterated that while NERC has discretion to develop exceptions and exemptions, we continue to remain concerned about the proliferation of the exceptions and exemptions such that the exceptions might, become the rule. Next slide, please. FERC also established that NERC sort of has a high bar here in determining what further exceptions or exemptions might be appropriate. If long lead time is determined to warrant an exemption, NERC is to consider unequivocal provisions regarding that necessary showing to show that really people are fully committed and that this isn't sort of extending the timeline for full ride-through forever. And it also clarifies at the end that going forward, entities should design their facilities to meet ride-through requirements. So that the commission anticipated that this would apply maybe to, if NERC was to consider, it would apply to a certain subset of projects that are already sort of in the hopper and not ones that are being designed presently into the future. Next slide. The commission also explained, again, the concern that the exceptions could become the rule and that NERC should balance the considerations of exceptions with the burdens of not providing it and describe how it struck that balance in any future filing. Also clarified that NERC should include a sunset provision if it determines to include more exceptions or exemptions to ensure that they're not indefinite, and that when new technology is made available to address these issues, that it be implemented. Advance the slide, please. There was an order on clarification that was issued in late September Several industry groups filed a request that NERC clarify that NERC could submit its filing prior to the August 28, 2026 due date, perhaps by May 28, 26, to address an issue that, if further exemptions or exceptions are determined to be appropriate, there could be a compliance issue if FERC hasn't approved a successor standard before October 1. And so FERC says, no, we're not going to change our timeline. We still think a year is pretty good. But in the event that there is a new exception or exemption in a version 2, and that isn't approved in time for the version 1 effective date, then NERC could consider using enforcement discretion to address that mismatch. So in summary, if we can just advance the slide to the questions and answers, FERC has directed us to consider these issues regarding long lead time equipment and HVDC connected IBRs with choppers with physical limitations. The Commission has granted NERC pretty wide discretion and decides how we're going to address those issues, whether exemptions, exceptions, or some other means, or perhaps not at all, and to file that within 12 months. Also, to make sure that in describing the balance that's struck, that we consider the reliability need for ride-through versus the potential unintended impacts of an overly stringent requirement. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any on the line.
Lauren, there was one question that came through regarding implementation dates. I did provide a comment response, but just to make sure everyone sees that, it seems when I mark them as answered, they go to the archive. So one question was regarding the R4 effective date is October 1st, 2026. Yet both R4.1 and R4.2 give an additional 12 months to document and communicate the limitation. What is expected by the effective date of the standard, October 1st, 2026?
Thanks, Jamie. That's a great question. And we've been working with compliance to publish some updated information so everybody has a clear expectation of the timing and what is expected of them. The implementation plan does provide sort of different dates for BES IBR and the so-called category 2 non-BES IBR. So would recommend that entities consult that so they understand what's applicable to them based on the type of equipment they have.
Okay, another question. Do any of these exemptions apply to repowering sites? Will this repowered site have any means to successfully obtain an exemption from PRC 29?
I think I might have to ask a follow-up question, Jamie, just to see if the repowered site is operational and or if it's in design or what the situation is. And I think we might need to take that back as an individual one-on-one type discussion with compliance.
Okay. Can you please explain the process of how to submit hardware limitations to the CEA, and also what exactly is required in the exemption information package?
That is another great question, Jamie. Do we happen to have the standard handy? Perhaps we could review it or maybe follow up with more compliance related information after the webinar?
Yes, that sounds fine. We were not focused on compliance information for this discussion today. We're focused on the hardware limitations. So there's probably some conversation here as to the hardware limitations panel as to what to provide the CEA, but the process for what to provide the CEA is really going to be a conversation that has to be had with compliance and the regional entities. But we can take that offline and see about responding to that one with an update following this workshop. With that, I do not see any other questions in the Slido.
Okay, thank you all for the opportunity to present to you this morning.
Yes, thank you, Lauren, for going through Order 909. This is information that will be background needed for the rest of the workshop today. So next up, we have Jamie Calderon, who will review the PRC 29-1 standard and provide details on the context of each of the requirements. So Jamie, I'll turn it over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Allison, and thank you, Lauren. Thank you all of you who are submitting questions through the Q&A. We want to make sure that we have some active participation here. We are listing, tagging some questions with different labels to save those for some later panel discussions. So if we don't respond to your question right away and it has one of those labels, know that we will get to that later in one of the associated panels. With that, we'd like to give a quick update here on what the approach was to developing PRC 29 and the overall project itself. As a reminder, we did have this project initiated back in April 28th of 2022. There was a revised SAR that was submitted to the Standards Committee to address generator ride-through and looking at IBR's ability to ride through in March 31st of 2023. This SAR was really focused on the disturbance reports that were showing widespread loss of solar, wind, synchronous generation, as well as BESS, and that's bulk energy storage systems. We do have some history to talk about with these projects for Milestone 2, as we've done with Milestone 3, was to leverage existing active projects with active teams. So at the time of Milestone 2 and assigning a new SAR to it to focus on the aspects from Order 901 that dealt with establishing ride-through criteria, we leveraged an existing project and repurposed that to be generator ride-through. That same SAR was focused on some of the performance issues that were identified with inverter-based resources. Again, these were focused on disturbance reports that were showing wild-scale losses, the blue cut fire incidents, and some of the additional ones that definitely became more notable as they were having a greater impact, and as well as increased duration. Seeing these as being performance-based issues, of course, that being an important reason why Order 901 was issued and directed to us to go ahead and create some additional standards or revised standards. We leveraged this existing process and project. So the SAR did also focus on multiple IBRs tripping or reducing output. This does include momentary cessation or ceasing to inject current during certain misreads of input, which were creating major BPS reliability risks. So PRC 24, which is the existing standard focused on protection settings, was only focused on voltage and frequency protection. It was not sufficient for demonstrating IBR performance issues. When we talk about reliability standards and we talk about the types of requirements that we generally have performance-based, objective-based, or risk-based requirements. When we're looking at establishing a particular objective or establishing a particular risk or addressing a particular risk, those types of requirements have a little bit larger scopes and can have a little bit broader responses. When it comes to performance-based requirements were not had in PRC 24 and were needed here to be able to effectively address not only 901, but what we saw as the performance issues related to IBR. So while PRC 24 was established as the voltage frequency protection standard, that was something that the drafting team who looked at this, Project 2020-02, when they considered the revisions to PRC 24 and eventually the creation of PRC 29 to address these directives. So this new project will create a performance-based standard ensuring ride-through for expected BPS disturbances. Essentially, the new project was repurposed into PRC Project 2020-02. Next slide, please. So the drafting team approach was to modify PRC 24 version 3, keep it as a protection-based standard that was applying only to synchronous generators, synchronous condensers, and type 1, type 2 wind turbines. The discussion here really focused on we were not seeing the same performance issues with synchronous generators, and just due to how the variations in the electrical characteristics that needed to be monitored and needed to be measured were inherently different. The distinction of these between two different standards was what was proposed by the drafting team and ultimately balloted and passed through industry ballot. Type 1, Type 2 being asynchronous and not having the same type of frequency and voltage governors that would allow them to respond in the same way that would give them the performance-based expectations of traditional IBR, being those newer type 3, type 4 wind and solar. being able to ensure that we had those kept separate was a discussion by the drafting team as well. Again, the decision to create a new PRC 29 version 1 was to address these specific IBR disturbance right through performance issues that were identified. During the development here, there was a lot of conversation in regards to aligning PRC 29 with IEEE 2800 and those ride-through requirements. There was also the structure for FERC Order 901 guidance on referencing those standards when we put those, when we were referring to not only the order, but the IEEE standards. There was a lot of conversation around this in the comments and back and forth. Ultimately, the drafting team did find that there was some distinctions that needed to be made. And there were some differences in what was put forward in the IEEE 2800 standard and our mandatory and enforceable reliability standard. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll quickly review each requirement here. Requirement R1 in PRC 29, this is where we ended up. The generator owners must ensure that each IBR is designed and is operated to meet or exceed voltage ride-through requirements with the must ride-through zones identified in attachment 1. Key important piece here is the designed and operated. We did have two distinct requirements here. One was having that future expectation, providing assurance of future performance, being able to demonstrate that the protection settings and voltage would be able to effectively respond to voltage excursions as needed by the performance requirements and meet the ride-through zone defined in attachment 1. Operated, meaning it did perform that way during actual operation. The distinction here being needed if a generator did not have an IBR that experienced a voltage disturbance during an audit period, they would be unable to demonstrate that their performance was adhered to because the unit never experienced such condition. As such, we still needed to gain some assurance that IBR were able to meet that particular type of performance issue. So the retention of designed and operated was kept within PRC 29 throughout. It's highlighted it here for R1. It's highlighted in the other slides as well, but it's an important distinction to make sure that we include. There is a chart that's shown in attachment 1. Did not include that in here. Just trying to show the zones. Essentially, it's nothing new compared to PRC 24, other than that it is a different set of curves there for response. There is some additional caveats that are included that were notes to describe and define both attachment 1 and attachment 2. Attachment 2 looking at frequency. And those can be referenced as going to the standard. But at a high level, essentially each IBR was intended to stay riding through, and riding through became a defined term. So be able to reference the glossary of terms for that, but ensuring that the IBR neither disconnected nor failed to enter momentary cessation or cease injecting current during that time period. So whether that was defined as tripping or not by anyone, riding through was standardized here with this definition. Disconnection was allowed in certain conditions. If needed to clear a fault was necessary, there should not be poor performance identified for a situation where a generator needs to disconnect in order to clear a fault. If that voltage exceeded the hardware limitations, assuming that that generator had an exclusionary exemption per R4, and we'll get to R4, if non-fault switching caused a phase and cold jump of greater than 25 degrees, and if the volts per hertz exceeded 1.1 per unit for greater than 45 seconds or 1.18 per unit for greater than 2 seconds. These were some additional clarifications that were made. I believe these were fairly consistent with IEEE 2800, but the actual points within the curve may not have been. We'll be able to go into that in more detail. I see some good questions coming through. So we'll move to the next slide. Generators must ensure that IBR are designed and operated to perform to the following voltage performance requirements. While R1 focused on assuring that ride-through was adhered to during that within those curves, there was additional performance expectations within the continuous mandatory permissive regions as well as the recovery period from post-disturbance. So that continuous region, meaning that the IBR operates that way throughout that period, is maintaining that pre-disturbance real power. They're able to come back to their pre-disturbance real power after a certain amount of time, and they're able to deliver reactive power up to the limits per their controller settings. Prioritizing real versus reactive power, voltage is less than 0.95 per unit and limits apply. There was permissions here for the mandatory region, being if there was differences required for real power from planners or operators in order for system conditions in that local area, that those would take priority over reactive power. So there was some difference there during the mandatory region where they were required to perform exchange current to support voltage during disturbance during the mandatory region as well. During the permissive region, IBR may block current to avoid tripping, but they must restart within 5 cycles after voltage recovery. This, of course, being a very small window of time that's able to be, I think that was also very much consistent with what was in IEEE 2000, ensuring that there was this very small window that was able to avoid tripping during certain conditions and controller responses. During the recovery period, being able to restore real power to pre-disturbance levels within 1 second after voltage returns to the continuous region. With that, we'll move to the next slide. Requirement 3 was the same as requirement 1, only requirement 3 focused on frequency as opposed to voltage. So generator owners ensuring that each IBR is designed and operated to meet or exceed the frequency ride-through requirements within the must ride-through zone as defined in attachment 2. Again, there's a chart associated with that and additional clarification notes accompanying attachment 2. This is fully applying when ROCOF, which is rate of change of frequency, is less than or equal to 5 hertz per second. And there were, of course, additional exemptions allowed for documented hardware limitations per R4, similar to R1, that there were some capability to achieve a hardware limitation for R4. And we'll look at R4 now on the next slide. Finally, hardware limitations exemptions. This is, of course, a major discussion for today, setting the stage for what we'll be talking about in some upcoming panels. Applying to in-service IBRs with documented hardware limitations preventing compliance with R1 through R3. Now, when we're talking about in-service, this is by IBR that are in service by the effective date of the standard, which we now know to be October 1st of 2026. That means that these particular requirements, R1 through R3, will have to be considered to be in effect by October 1st of 2026. Now that we have that effective date from the FERC approval, there is a 12-month additional time frame here in order to come into compliance with R4. R4 being able to demonstrate documentation of hardware limitations. This is going to be a conversation, of course, in a panel on what hardware limitations are and how we're able to show those. Essentially, certain requirements were in R4 dictating the limitation details of which IBR, which effective criteria, hardware that was causing the issue, evidence ensuring that this wasn't just a software setting or protection setting issue, but it was in fact due to a hardware limitation, and any mitigation plans for that. Providing that documentation to the planning coordinator, transmission planner, transmission operator, liability coordinator, and compliance enforcement authority were also there. When it comes to the hardware limitations, focused on whether or not that was software or performance, or protection setting based, that was straight out of Order 901 as well, ensuring that we weren't having unnecessary limitations put in, but there were actually true limitations. We did not want to damage units, but we also didn't want to leave performance on the table. So being able to demonstrate what the hardware limitation was and what its capability was ensuring it wasn't just an all or nothing in regards to whether or not R1 through R3 were met, but whether or not we were able to miss a particular criteria, what we were able to get out of that unit, whether or not information was needed, additional information was needed to go back to vendors, is some conversation that we've been having since PRC 29 was first drafted, and will be continued to discuss later today. Additionally, R4 requires that the entity respond to information requests within 90 days and share with the CEA acceptance with any stakeholders. If hardware is replaced, so it's the associated hardware that's causing the limitation, that exemption is considered to be ended for that overall IVR. And there would be a notification required for stakeholders within 90 days as well. With that, we'll go to the next slide. Okay, and I think we have some questions already coming through.
Yes, we do, Jamie. Let me start here. Is there a timeline to update NERC's PRC 24 technical guidance to reflect the new requirements seen in PRC 29?
To update the PRC 24 technical guidance, no. So the PRC 24, when that was revised, we now have version 4 of PRC 24. That associated technical rationale was posted, but we will not be updating the previously documented technical rationale that accompanied version 3 of PRC 24.
Okay, thank you. For requirement 1, 2, and 3, can you please elaborate what is expected to be ready/delivered by the compliance date of design versus the compliance date of operation?
Yes, so the effective date of the standard being October 1st, and this is conversations to verify with compliance as well. The need to be able to demonstrate by the effective date the design is required, and then performance is required after that point, with the exception of the any potential hardware limitation that's identified through R4. So if a unit fails to respond in after the effective date and appropriately and does not have a documented hardware limitation, then that would be a discussion with compliance on whether or not potential non-compliance was had for that unit or not.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. The next question. Does the statement in requirement 2.2, each IVR shall exchange current up to the maximum capability to provide voltage support, mean momentary cessation is disabled?
Let me pull up the standard, which I have right now open. R2.2 was R2.2, correct?
Yes, 2.2.
Okay, I'll just read this out loud for the sake of the group. While voltage at the high side of the main power transformer is within the mandatory operation region as specified in attachment 1, each IVR shall exchange current up to the maximum capability to provide voltage support on the affected phases during symmetrical and asymmetrical voltage disturbances, either under reactive power priority by default or real power priority if required through other mechanisms by an associated transmission planner, planning coordinator, reliability coordinator, or transmission operator. Yes, so when we're looking at R2 is looking at some additional performance-based requirements. R1 is focused on the ride-through capability. So whether or not the unit disconnected or entered momentary cessation, it failed to or became entered into ceasing injecting current, that would actually fall under R1 and not under the performance requirements in R2. So R2 is not looking at momentary cessation. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Next question. How should generator owners validate the sub-bullets of requirement 1, bullets 3 and 4 ahead of October 1st, 2026? If this is not possible, what steps should be taken and when?
So R1 sub-bullets 3 and 4, that is except in the following conditions. The instantaneous, positive sequence voltage angle change is more than 25 electrical degrees at the high side of the main power transformer and is initiated by a non-fault switching event on the transmission system. Whether or not that condition occurs is going to apply towards operation, being able to demonstrate how the unit will respond to that situation for the purposes of demonstrating design. Is definitely a conversation for the CEA, and that's also probably some conversation we could have maybe during the hardware limitations on how to demonstrate capability of a unit under various conditions. But when it comes to the fourth bullet, the volts per hertz at the high side of the main power transformer exceed 1.1 per unit for longer than 45 seconds, or exceed 1.1 per unit for longer than 2 seconds. I believe that can be achieved by demonstrating the protection system settings.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Next question. Would the compliance date for operation change based on the project being already compliant to PRC 28-1?
When it came to, yes, some of the implementation plan, and Lauren, you might be able to assist me on this one. In regards to how we chain these together, there was considerations for the inability to install new recording devices and measuring devices to respond to PRC 28 due to situations outside of the entity's control to meet the expectations and compliance dates established in PRC 28's implementation plan. We did not want to have entities be in a bind by being required to demonstrate operation or performance while being in that situation where they were unable to install those devices due to situations outside of their control. So that time for if PRC 28's compliance is still being met to install devices to demonstrate the performance at that for that particular IBR, I believe that was intended to follow that compliance expectations for demonstrating performance under PRC 29 would not occur until that condition was resolved in PRC 28. Lauren, if you might be able to confirm that.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, can confirm. And also wanted to note that that process under PRC 28 would require the entity to seek an extension from those compliance dates with the compliance enforcement authority. So there would be sort of a process that's presumed there, and the CEA would be on notice of the difficulty installing the equipment that would be necessary to show compliance with PRC 29.
Okay, next question I have. If any component is replaced, is the exemption void even if that component is not the limiting one to meet a specific requirement?
Great question. The answer is no. If the hardware that is being replaced is the hardware limitation, if something is being replaced with and it does not remove that hardware limitation, then the exemption is not removed.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Next one. What are the necessary technical documents needed to demonstrate the requirement to performance requirements in the context of project COD in early 2000s?
Project COD. Necessary technical documentation is needed to demonstrate the R2 performance requirements. When it comes to demonstrating the design and operation, those are two different things. We're talking about not hardware limitations at this point, but the capability of the unit. There is some tie to the hardware limitations discussion in that being able to demonstrate what a unit is capable of or where its hardware limitations are essentially provides you the ability to answer what are the limitations of this particular unit's operation. Looking at that might be the response that we defer here to the hardware limitations panel. There might be a better way to respond to that following that panel. Let's maybe tag that one as the hardware limitations and ask that again following that panel and see if there's still a tie.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. What is the definition of in service? Is it commercial operation? There are various phases in the development of an IBR facility, so clarification is needed.
In service, it is not considered to be in commercial operation. Essentially, if a unit is capable and able to, it's connected and able to be turned on, but it's not powered on because of some interconnection discussions where the unit's able to be turned on, but is not a fully completed construction, but has some time before it can enter the market conditions or something like that, that is not considered to be a unit that is not in operation yet or in service yet. While it's not in commercial operation, we generally use the term in service to indicate that construction has completed on a unit.
All right, thanks, Jamie. You are getting quite a few questions, so we will do our best to answer what we can before 11:10. So the next one is, if hardware limitation is related to controller card data limit, can it be considered a hardware limitation eligible for exemption?
I'm gonna see if I can read that one myself, actually, just to confirm. If hardware limitations related to controller card, is that the one?
Yes, that is the one.
Controller card data limit, can it be considered a hardware limitation? I don't believe I can answer that question. I'm not certain what the controller card data limit is, if that's considered to be something that is able to be resolved without modifying the hardware and, you know, replacing something physically. That's going to have to be a question here for compliance. It sounds like if there's a physical replacement of equipment involved, that would be more indicative of a hardware limitation than a limit that's imposed by some software setting. But again, I'm not certain what the controller card data limit is to be able to respond to that fully.
Okay. The technical rationale document for PRC 29-1 requirement 4 states that if hardware replacement or other costly upgrades, how do you define costly to meet the exemptions?
Yes, so that is language that's included within the technical rationale document that was provided with PRC 29. And it is not within the language of the requirement R4, I believe. Let me just verify that. I don't believe we see the term costly within R4. We do not. So the language within the technical rationale, while it does use that word cost, the only mandatory and enforceable language is in the requirement itself.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. We'll try to get through one or two more questions before our break time. The next one I have is, if an existing site, for example, a wind farm, decided to replace some wind turbines on the site with new ones, would those new wind turbines be required to meet PRC 29?
If those had previously gained a particular exemption and those are new wind turbines, that is not exactly a new, I mean, that would be a new unit, I believe, and not so much a replacement. But if we're looking at the plant level, that's a conversation to be had with compliance as well. If those particular wind turbines for the overall plant, because the IVR that are applicable to PRC 29 are at that collector plant level, remove the limitation for the plant, then that would remove the exemption and be considered essentially removing that hardware limitation. Again, these are questions that delve into compliance determinations, which we cannot make in this particular call. Based off of the conversation, it sounds like it might be leaning in that towards direction, but we would have to verify with the compliance discussion with the regional teams as well.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. So it is now time for our scheduled morning break. We did receive a lot of questions on your presentation, and we will respond to those in Slido. For everyone who sent something in, please go back and check there. We will return at 11:30 a.m. Eastern for our first panel, which is clarification on documentation obligations relative to legacy IVRs. Thank you.
Sarah Riga from the NERC Standards Department, and I will be helping to facilitate the rest of this workshop. The topic of panel 1 is clarification of documentation obligations relative to legacy IBRs. Participating on this panel, we have Rhonda Jones from Invenergy, Dr. Dinesh Pattabiraman from TMEIC Corporation, Dr. Samir Dahal from Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy, John Schmall from ERCOT, John Wong from Electric Power Engineers, LLC. That's our panel. Any panelist who would like to respond to one of the questions or has information to add, please raise your hand to be called on by the moderator. At the conclusion of the panel, we will have a Q&A discussion as time permits. I will now turn this panel over to JP Skeeth from NERC, who will be our moderator.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, fellow panelists. If you wouldn't mind, while we're on our panel, it'd be great to see everyone's faces. I know that internet troubles are probably the most costly thing for a virtual webinar like this. So if we start running into certain issues, I know that recently AT&T decided on my end to have some issues. So if that starts having an issue, we'll go on there. So I'd like to have my fellow panelists introduce themselves. I'll just start from where I see folks online. We'll start with Rhonda.
Good morning, everyone. NERC, thank you for hosting this workshop and inviting us to be a part of the panel today. My name is Rhonda Jones, and I lead the NERC compliance program at Invenergy, and we're headquartered in Chicago, Illinois.
Perfect. Thank you, Rhonda. John Zong.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is John Zong. I'm the director of NERC Technical Services at EPE. We are a consulting firm providing compliance and integrating services for generator owners, transmission owners, and developers.
Thank you, John Zong. Over to John Schmall.
Yeah, I'm John Schmall. I'm with ERCOT Grid Planning.
Perfect. Thanks, John. Samir or Dinesh, I don't see that your cameras are on for our panel here, but we'll start with Dinesh from TMEIC.
Dinesh Pattabiraman. I'm a senior product development engineer at TMEIC. I work on power system modeling, EMT studies, and interconnection compliance.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dinesh. And over to you, Samir. All right, it wouldn't be a virtual conference with a bunch of this if there wasn't any sort of audio or video issues. So Samir, just want to make sure that you can, I see that you're off mute, but we were unable to hear your self-introduction. One more time over to you, Samir. All right, we'll have to get our panel started here. Samir, we'll need to work with your audio to make sure that we're able to hear you, as we do welcome all of our fellow panelists to assist us in our panel. It's titled Clarification on Documentation Obligations Relative to Legacy IBRs. And all of our panelists have valuable insight for their use cases of these specific hardware limitations and the necessary documentation to ensure that these hardware limits are fully identified and communicated appropriately. We saw from our previous presentations this morning that there is opportunities for clarification, and a lot of our questions as well had clarification questions on specific documentation necessary to identify hardware limits, and we saw that even in our last presentation quite extensively, questions related to the hardware limits and how that plays out. This panel itself will articulate some of the available documentation that we have for legacy in-service IBRs and to identify from that documentation hardware limits and how those play out in relationship to ride-through requirements. Samir, the next time we call on you, we're going to try to make sure that your voice is heard. We'll start with our first section here of questions and answers to really hone in on what exactly are we discussing for hardware limits, documentation, and legacy IBRs. And so it's important to start with the process of understanding what is currently out in the field. And so I wanted to ask our panelists here first, for those in-service IBR plants and those that would need to be meeting these ride-through requirements, what specifically is the process that we have for retrieving hardware settings, information, and other firmware or hardware-enabled items within the IBR plant? And I'll start this off by kicking it over to Rhonda first, and then I'll have Samir follow up after that. Rhonda, you're muted again, sorry.
Thank you, John. I know at Invenergy we have about 14.6 gigawatts that represents our RBR portfolio. And when we start to evaluate the potential performance capabilities of our mini projects, we kind of look at this hardware limitation exercise as one that's multifaceted. And we kind of start off by first trying to just gather all the different components that contribute to that analysis. Some of those things include MFR settings that we know are important to that assessment. We're looking at the TIL documents from the OEM technical specification documents that we're looking at. Also, too, it's very important because some of my projects are mixed as far as different types of generator versions and also to different OEMs or manufacturers, and that mix also too plays a role in the performance analysis. We also to look at the relay settings from the substation when we're looking at protection of that equipment and what those settings need to be, more speaking towards like kind of R1 and R3. And then also too, we're looking at balance of plant considerations, and last but not least, PPC settings. And it's never a binary question of when we inherited some of these or built or constructed some of these facilities more than 10 years ago, that there's this page in our TIL that says, here, these are all the hardware exemptions that you can ever have in any scenario. But it's one that we come about by doing first an internal assessment of what are those ride-through performance bands. Both we did it with PRC 24 and then we did it again with 29. And when using that information, we kind of got an idea of, wait, in this small sector of those bands, I may have not be able to meet it. However, the why is when we're working with our OEMs and modeling engineers and electrical engineers to try to work through what that why is, because it's not always readily available. And just to always share that although some of those performance expectations due to a potential hardware limitation prevents us from performing at a particular point in that band or in that range, it doesn't relieve our objective to be able to perform safely as much as we can during any type of disturbance event. But more of this analysis helps us to articulate to the respective TPs exactly via our models, understanding what that performance expectation is that they can rely upon in their analysis. One of the other things that we do when we kind of approach this assessment exercise is that we look at R1 and we go through it and say, hey, how can I evidence my ability to do this? And if I do find a gap, to be honest, because some of these, we just don't have the information because this scenario of PRC 29 is new, we have to go then and research and partner with our OEMs and with our engineers to try to figure out why can't we do it? And when we go through each of R1, R2, and R3, if there are these gaps or absences in being able to answer that question, we pull out those scenarios or conditions that are outlined in the new standard, And then we try to look at how do we answer it? And then number two, what documentation can I give to kind of help the CEA understand that limitation? One of the ones that are kind of like hard, kind of low hanging fruit is if there's a hardware limitation due to safety, I'm going to probably provide damage curves that are provided by the OEM to be an input into my exemption request package to kind of offset that. When you talk about frequency, the rate of change with frequency, if that's a feature that was enabled or it was disabled or not even available at the time of procurement or install, then I'm pointing to the TIL document to kind of evidence if that was a feature that was a part or given to us at that time, and is it available or not. One of the things that we talk about in our comments is sometimes it's kind of challenging to prove a negative, but those are two high-level examples of how the process of how we go about doing that evaluation and where we find the gaps, figuring out how to figure out what's the reason for the gap. And if there is a hardware limitation or software opportunity, we definitely try to parse that out and then map the exemption supporting evidence to those observations to try to articulate to the CEA why an exemption is requested.
Great, thank you, Rhonda. And from that, we see that there's a lot of OEM type involvement. So I'm going to call on Samir to maybe see if you would have additional thoughts as to how that relationship between the OEMs of various components within the plant are retrieved and kind of worked with to answer those why questions. I know, Samir, you had some audio issues to start with. Over to you.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, I had to call in. Sorry for that. From OEM side, right, it really depends on who is maintaining it and how long the site has been in operation. Normally for the newer site, we can pull that information from our diagnostic tool, our WTC controller, or our offline database. You know, PPC files can easily be exported through the SCADA system. PPC files will give you firmware version, write-through capability, operating mode, and all the information that are pertinent to PRC 29. And those are easier for the newer side, you know. Those have everything is digitalized, everything is standardized, so those are easier to do. For the older side, it's completely different story, right? You might have the number of turbines there with components has been upgraded, firmware upgraded, you know, some turbines would have a different board replaced, and before you know it, you would have 5-6 different hardware generation operating in the same farm. And those changes don't always get rolled into a single configuration file, especially if the documentation wasn't updated every time a service change was made. If SDRE is the service provider, if we are providing the services for sites, and we don't do that for all the sites that have our turbines, right? But those that do, we can usually find this information. It does take some time, but for the older side, we do find those information. But if the plant has been maintained and serviced by a third-party O&M provider, then it gets tricky. You know, they don't always have access to our proprietary tools, our firmware histories. So piecing together that information, it creates a greater challenge. So when it comes to PRC 29 and relates to documentation and getting what is in specific turbine, then we do really have to be mindful on this data accessibility gap between newer OEM supported fleets versus the older, right? So that's why when we define the term legacy units, we do need to make a distinction about, you know, what it actually means, how much older of the units we're talking about. And now when it comes to accessing the data itself, like I mentioned, it is relatively easier. You know, we can download it. For the sites that are newer, we can remotely go access to those data. For the older site, it will be a little trickier. But informations are out there. Once we have that data, now you can reference that data with the capability document that gets provided during the turbine seller agreement process or the inverter purchase agreement process. So you can cross-reference with what you were promised when you purchased particular piece of equipment versus what you currently have in sight.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Samir. And from these answers, it kind of seems that we have both an automated and or potentially a manual need to look at specific pieces of information as we answer the question of what really is causing my hardware limit. And so I kind of want to open it up to Dinesh and Samir again to just really ask from that OEM perspective, how specific do we need to be in order to identify that, yes, this is the piece of equipment within my plant that is causing the hardware limitation? Do we need to, and as Samir was mentioning, there's a lot, potentially many different boards and iterations of a board within a particular IBR unit for the actual like software type controls. So do we need to start specifying all the way down into the firmware board, we're going up to the IBR unit, model number for a series of inverters, or what other piece of information is indicative of on the OEM side that, yes, for assurance, this piece of equipment is the limiting element within my plant to meet these ride-through specifications that Rhonda and Samir were talking about. So I'll turn it over to Dinesh first, and then Samir, over to you, Dinesh.
Sure. So at least from T-Mic experience with each inverter model that we have is typically associated with a certain write-through capability because the model itself has internal power supplies and other limitations in hardware. We don't typically associate them with a single board or a single component because it's often a group of components that can be associated. Sometimes it is other auxiliary components like even fans, which can be limited. The fans could be very sensitive to over voltages and they could fail immediately on an application of an over voltage. So when we stated the capability, we often state it per model number for an inverter. We state that there is a certain write-through that it can accommodate, and that's typically how we state it from T-Mic's perspective.
Perfect. Thank you, Dinesh. Over to you, Samir.
Yeah, I kind of second Dinesh's comment here. And we do really have to be careful when we define hardware, right? I mean, from the plant perspective, like, can we consider a single wind turbine as one piece of hardware or a single inverter as one piece of hardware rather than going into all subcomponent? Wind turbine, for example, have 200 subcomponents within them, right? It is really impractical for us to point out which specific subcomponent within the turbine will fail, right? It's hard to, I mean, even now when we are testing our turbine as a whole, we are testing to meet certain requirements so that we can achieve certain performance level. We do not test our turbine to find out the failing point, right? That's not the goal at all. So for us to now come out and say, point me to the exact subcomponent where you think will fail would be the weakest link. That is very impractical thing to do. So from our side, if we can provide you a documentation when we were selling the turbine saying these are the capability that we are guaranteeing you when you purchase this piece of hardware, and here is the proof on the site from the site data that whatever we promised are on the turbine. And I think that should be the better approach to take rather than trying to find out which specific equipment or subcomponent that fails within the system.
Perfect. Thank you, Samir. And Rhonda, we'll definitely open this on up because it's starting to look like we have a practical limitation for getting extremely specific with OEMs. Yet the generator owner perspective needs to come into view here because it is the generator owners of these plants that are needing to supply this type of information to our planners, operators, and the CEA. So I kind of want to open a broader question, not just to our OEMs, but just what limitations exist to run studies to really capture these limiting elements in the content that, hey, the OEMs may not be able to practically identify that this is the specific piece of hardware failing, but they have documentation that shows and attests to the equipment capabilities as specified. So I kind of want to open up to the panel to ask what sort of studies or like coordination schemes are needed for OEMs that say, here's my capability, and I need to refer that now back to my plant capability. So Rhonda, I know that you had some input that you wanted to have to kind of this last conversation, but I'll turn it over to you first to see if you want to answer that question or kind of pile on a little bit from what Dinesh and Samir were talking about.
Yes, thank you, John. I think the approach at how we address the spirit of the rule is when you look at, let's say R1, for example, and looking at phase angle change, sometimes the simulations that were studied at the birth of the equipment did not consider those conditions. So I look at not so much what is the starting the analysis of what is the hardware, but kind of looking at this is how I need to perform. I'm not able to do that, and building the story about those hurdles, absence of information, or challenges that prevents this particular equipment or facility from being able to say meet this phase angle change. And so we look at it from kind of building the story versus saying, tell me the exact components that make it impossible for you to do this, as opposed to understanding the way in which this equipment was designed. This is what its abilities are and why it can or cannot meet some of those particular performance objectives that are stated in the standard. The other thing to kind of add to your next question is that sometimes I even challenge internally with my organization, if in addition to the OEM, how can I run my own simulations to better articulate what some of this capability is in regards to some of the new criteria? And so how do we kind of figure out what those case studies need to look like and those use cases need to look like in order for us to substantiate for this particular facility design our challenges or not to kind of satisfy that criteria. So sometimes I feel the simulation exercise is a new use case that can be approached by both the OEM with its capability documents and insight, and from the owner and what it knows. Because as Samir talked about, some of these projects, this has never been studied and they could be 10 years old. And so you're trying to retrofit this new expectation. And it is really a collaborative approach of trying to just kind of substantiate in some kind of format through a study or a simulation how that particular functionality is being met or not.
Great. Thank you, Rhonda. Anyone else on the panel want to kind of jump in on that coordination and balance of plant type study question that I asked earlier?
Yeah, JP, I can jump in. That's okay.
Go over to you, John, and then Samir.
Yeah, and I think I think the key point is, and Rhonda kind of mentioned to it, talking around simulation and study, is identifying the physical limitation or identification in a plant is one thing, and then making sure that's represented in the model itself, in how that gets manifested. And I don't think it's necessarily a need to have, every, a lot of models are abstracted, so not necessarily every component of, as Samir mentioned, 200 components in a wind turbine aren't necessarily all going to be explicitly represented in a model, but it's some way representing that limitation. And it's really the most limiting factor, which is probably the most critical. So if I have something that has a limit that's way out there, but I have another component that's giving me a limit, a much more restrictive limit, I need to understand that most restrictive limit is probably the most important thing from a transmission study and a system operator study to really understand what's going to be the reliability impact of this limitation.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. Over to you, Samir.
I kind of second John's and Rhonda's comment here. Absolutely, we need to verify through the studies. There's no question on that. And also talking from the OEM side, just because my turbine or my inverter can do something doesn't necessarily mean the plant will be able to do that as well, right? So the verification will be needed through simulation. But I also want to caution about putting so much burden on, like EMT simulation, for example, P-SCAD level simulation, when it makes sense. Does it make sense for every kind of compliance? Like when we're talking about 29, does it make sense to have an EMT level simulation of the plant also benchmarked with RMS level simulation. Are we going to put, how much of the burden are we going to put in the simulation, knowing the limits in the workforce that everyone knows in the call, that we have a tremendous, scarcity in the workforce, the timeline of the implementation, and what we are going to gain from that. I bring this because when we're talking about legacy units, if we are talking about the units that were sold or we stopped selling 10, 15 years ago, most of those might not even have the EMT simulation, EMT models available. And for those that do, we stopped updating like 10 years ago when we stopped selling them, right? So for those simulations, for us to bring those models to today's simulating environment will be a daunting task. Creating a model for new product is a multi-year process. So for us to do that in a short period of time will be, it's not the goal that is easily attainable. So just wanted to bring that. So is there something that we can do with the RMS model? I think everyone agrees. A lot of things that can be captured with a verified RMS models, and certain things, if you have a mixed plant, that you need to be, kind of watching out for the interaction between the different hardware and software between the turbines or the inverters between different OEMs, then maybe EMT study is needed at that point, and also depending on the grid where you are connected to evaluate whole conformity, right?
Absolutely. Thank you all. I think we've kind of identified that some sort of verifiable documentation or study or comparison and analysis is needed to translate a known limitation on specific ride-through curves through some sort of plant coordination study or simulation. We heard some cautions just now even from Samir on EMT studies using models. Is kind of a potential another impractical on legacy IBRs when we're talking units that do not have that modeling capability. So I kind of want to turn this question around a little bit on saying, how can nameplate information or other specifications that may be available for these legacy units to assist in the development of verifiable documentation that this is an equipment limitation that doesn't necessarily need all of the EMT studies or very detailed analysis. And I want to ask my fellow panelists to really specify where measurement information is helpful here versus kind of more of a verification or paperwork document verification is needed. So I want to turn this over first to John Zong, and then we'll hear again from Samir. And sorry, Samir, for picking on you for a little bit, but our other panelists will get that in the latter half of these questions. Over to you, John.
All right, thank you, John. I think first of all, I'd like again to remind that the PRC 29 ride-through requirement is enforced on the entire IBR facility, not just the turbine itself. So like Rana mentioned previously, we need to collect the equipment hardware limitation document, including nameplate and other specifications, not only for the turbine inverters, but also for the balance of plant equipment. So on the turbine and inverter side, I'm not sure how much the only nameplate information will be helpful, but as Samir and Dinesh mentioned previously, OEM would typically provide the overall equipment ride-through capability curves of the equipment, right? So and that will be the main document that we can base off for the turbine inverter piece. And as for the balance of plant information, nameplate information, ratings, and other specific capability curve will definitely help, right? As long as they pose an impact on the overall site ride-through capability. Like for example, the transformer volts per hertz permissive curve, right? So that would be a good example of such document. But how can we use those information? I would kind of second what John Small and Samir already answered. Part of it is like all the capability data that which are going to limit the ride-through performance need to be properly modeled in the applicable software, right? So I still think EMT model is the best way to do it, but if not, the next best thing will be positive sequence software, and perform the right through simulation and assessment. Those, especially for PRC 29, is no longer if we're comparing PRC 29 and 24, we're no longer doing the curve comparisons. We have to understand the right through performance, right? So that's why a dynamic simulation assessment is needed. And during those studies, if we observe the site is not capable of writing through a particular voltage or frequency level, or some performance issues of writing through is identified, then it can be fairly easy to trace back in the model which part of the equipment causing the issue. And then we can correlate this to the specific document we collect in the first place and use it together with the study result as the evidence of hardware limitation, eventually to justify R4 of the standard.
Perfect. Thank you so much, John. Over to you, Samir.
No, I mean, nameplate data can definitely be a starting point, right? Now, thinking practically, you might have OEM that are no longer in the business anymore. And the best you would have would be your nameplate data. As limited as that is, nameplate data, what does it provide? At the end of the day, it provides basic P capability, Q capability, and voltage range. It doesn't provide the nitty-gritty details that PRC29 is asking for. For the defunct, for the equipment that is no longer supported by manufacturer out of business, I guess that's all you can do, and maybe try to get some real site parameters if you can download that. I think that would need to be enough. So talking from our experience, we do have acquired some other OEMs assets, right? And officially we are supporting it, but it is really tough to get any solid documentation or any solid modeling support for those equipment, even for us. So I can sympathize with the developers who have these kind of assets currently operating in their fleet, and they will have no information. For if the OEM is in service, then nameplate data will allow you to ask questions. Nameplate data will allow you to reach out to OEM and say, I have this equipment, can you provide me more information so that I can submit something for PRC29. And that will be followed with a capability document. We should have that, and also the site parameters or the SCADA documents. But OEM and like nameplate data itself is not gonna give you any real indication on the capability.
Perfect. Thank you all so much. I guess I want to open up to the rest of the panel, and if you want to use the raise hand feature in WebEx, that way I can readily see when folks want to jump on into the conversation. I want to hit back onto that measurement comparison versus verification document. Given that these are either like legacy in production or expected to be in service, is there a role for measurement-based methods to evaluate the ride-through capability of the plant? Thinking more on the measurement recording devices potentially at the high side of the main power transformer to be able to validate or verify certain pieces of performance. And so I just want to open that up to the rest of the panel to really answer into that measurement-based piece there.
I think it will be very challenging in this case, right? So, I guess doing any of the verification during the plant is operational is hard. I think even you mentioned that considering the disturbance monitoring devices installed on the high side of the transformer, then only in the event of a write-through event, then it could potentially capture something there. But then this goes back to the compliance issue. If PRC 29 is already ineffective, and this plant would have to fail to be able to identify where the potential limitation is, then it's already posing a compliance issue operationally already.
Perfect. Thank you, John. Any others I want to jump in on that?
Yeah,
I just want to add that, sorry, John.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that in a lot of the existing sites, the most important thing to us is what are the settings that are there installed in the inverter, especially in older sites, sites that were commissioned 10 years back, 12 years back. We don't have up-to-date information of what is currently there on the site. So we often go to the site to retrieve parameters from the inverter and get the information, put it into a report that says, this is how the inverter performs. This is how much strike-through you currently have, how long it takes to respond post a fault event, whether momentary cessation is enabled or not. And such critical details are there on the site, and not, we as OEM may not necessarily have that information up in our hands right now. So it would require going to the site to retrieve that information in many cases.
Perfect. Thank you, Dinesh. Over to you, John Schmal.
Yeah, and I think I kind of follow up on that, and I think that's, you kind of mentioned about, monitoring and historical data is, and it's probably not the ideal, but if I have a legacy plant that's been there for 15 years and maybe my information on the model isn't that great, it might be the best that you can do. And if there are events, oh, we had this event and we tripped off, or we had this event and we wrote through, it kind of gives you an idea of what some of those limitations may be in doing that investigation, was kind of my only thought. So I think it might have an opportunity, particularly for older plants, legacy plants, those that are 10, 15 years old, to have that experience of, say, well, we've seen these events on the system and this has been our performance, and maybe that can feed into development and improvement of models going forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, panelists. I think we've kind of come from how are we retrieving field settings, and we even heard it in Dinesh's answer. The important question about the legacy facilities is to ensure that we get the most accurate information that we can about the current in-service items, and be able to perform some sort of coordination type study in order to ensure that this is going to translate what's currently in the field to how it operates together as a whole plant, into how is it relating to my point of interconnection, voltage and frequency performance, to ensure that I am designing and otherwise operating my plant in a way that could meet and/or in the item in a hardware limitation setting, not meet certain portions of these ride-through curves. And so we do see that there's a process to walk through, and documentation is generally available, various specificities that we heard from our panelists here to now. So I want to move on over from the transmission side of the house at that point of interconnection. So from that perspective, I'm going to turn it over to John first. What documentation would ensure that there are planners and operators that need to represent this facility understand and are able to identify, for like equipment hardware limits basis, that it is different or off nominal from the PRC 29.1 ride-through capabilities, less in terms of compliance here, but how does that really, I guess, then affect how a transmission planner or operator would view the rest of the system for certain reduced ride-through capabilities?
Yeah, and I think that's a critical component, and I think it kind of goes back to getting it in a model. I mean, understanding, going through and having a 200-page report of identifying components and limitations within a plant is one thing, and it's the first step, but that's not going to be very useful, I would say, to your typical transmission planner or transmitter operator. I mean, I think that needs to be translated into a model that is used in, in the planning and operations simulations. And then that can be evaluated, oh, I have this limitation. I run a series of contingencies and simulations and see, well, this creates a reliability issue or it doesn't. And a lot of that will be a function of scope too. A lot of times if I have a single plant that's maybe not meeting the full requirement, but you can evaluate what the impact of those limitations are. And if I have, multiple plants in a given area, that might be a little more problematic, I think, from a reliability perspective. But I think that's probably the biggest key is really just understanding what the limitation is and making sure that's represented in a model that's usable basically by the planners and operators.
Perfect. Thank you so much, John. I want to turn over to Rhonda as well, because we saw that throughout each of these, there could be an instance where there's specific information that may be lacking for the data requests that we receive for the plants, and how are then translating that into a planner's useful set of models for their various studies. So I just want to ask from your perspective, are the registered entities themselves equipped to handle this communication and coordination among the OEMs back to the planner in the absence of specific information in that regard? So another way, I guess, to word that question might be, would the GOs generally be able to handle the various information flows that are coming from OEMs for their capabilities and being able to reflect those into a useful model, as well as ensuring in the generator plant itself would meet the point of interconnection expectations?
Yes, and I really think we're still trying to figure that out. I want to say for much of the information and those data points, we have it, but for some of the newer nuances, we're still it's an active exploration of how do we satisfy or substantiate the information that we do have, coupled with the fact that we feel like we're running against the clock. For some of those inputs, because they haven't been studied by the OEM yet, and if we had a longer runway, we could probably say, hey, we could eventually get there, but really being realistic with the cards you've been dealt now, how do you best articulate? I take it from a reliability impact narrative perspective. Based on what I know, based on what I can do, I think it's a priority as noted in the aggregated report on NERC level 2 recommendations to make sure however we understand our plant to perform is well and timely articulated in the models for the TP. That becomes a priority. For those things that are lacking, one of the things that we've kind of considered is building in what I call like a reliability impact statement to kind of show how we feel that this facility's performance continues to complement and aid reliability in that way, even in the absence of some particular performance criteria not being met. The other thing that we work to do is to illustrate, and John kind of spoke about this earlier, illustrate present day of those approximately 10 disturbance events that NERC definitely has referenced. How did these legacy sites that are like 7 years, 10 years in age would have responded based on their settings for this time in relation to not only 24, but 29, and also to using that to kind of substantiate looking at some of those fault disturbance event values and charting that with those coordinates with what the expected performance is to just kind of help the TP understand and the CEA kind of get comfortable. So yeah, I don't have this data point, but based on what I have in relation to how our historical event performance has happened, this is how I feel we would fare. And sometimes that analysis is satisfactory in that regard. But just being very clear about what you understand about your site and making sure as it is accurately portrayed in all the models based on the TP criteria, and being more transparent with the TP about whatever those gaps in information are, so that it's not a generic kind of fill in a box, but they know exactly what's happening at that plant. But John, I think trying to coordinate all the different information streams in a timely manner, and also to prioritizing what's available to do and then what is a nice to have. We've also too been working through that. When we talk about some of the EMT inputs, sometimes that information just isn't available. So how do I kind of leverage information for some of the, PSEE models in that regards to kind of help just speak to that risk, not a replacement, but how do I help to speak to that risk if it's known in that regard? So that's the way that we've kind of been considering different approaches to address particular performance criteria that we feel, just based on maybe the age or unavailability capability of the equipment, may not be able to meet in practice or via a model.
Absolutely. Thank you all. And I think that these kind of answers show that there is a need for coordination, as Rhonda was mentioning, about very specific things. And so I'm going to open up to everyone on the panel here. We'll start with John Zong. But I really want to ask, how would our OEMs of IBR facilities in the plant, the developers of these facilities, the registered generator owner of this plant, and the various transmission planners and operators that need to rely on this type of work, best ensure the proper archival and historian capabilities for understanding where these hardware limits are, and really making sure that we can keep track of this hardware limit throughout the life cycle of this IBR plant. So I'll turn it over to John Zong to kind of give us some thoughts on the general coordination and document expectations we'd want to see out of that coordination.
Thank you, John. I think on the archive and the historian capabilities, I think it's all started with I guess the simulations and the assessment that we're doing, right? So basically that will be the first documentation that will be used to demonstrate the current capability, and supplemented by all the documentations and specific hardware capability that is going to support the result of the simulation.
Perfect. Thank you so much, John. Over to you, Dinesh.
Sure. Like I said before, we provide documentation on the write-through capability of particular units. Along with that, when we retrieve the field settings, we provide a report with what the existing site settings are and what TMIC's recommendation for these settings are in order to comply with the latest and greatest write-through standard. So these kind of documents are something that we provide as an OEM to make sure that our customers and our developers are all aware of what the equipment is capable of and how we comply with, or how we are capable of complying with these standards.
Perfect. Thank you, Dinesh. John Schmall.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting question on keeping it updated. Like I said, I think from a transmission planner and operator perspective, I mean, it really all comes back to the model and how that's represented. And I think there are certain challenges, particularly with the IBRs, and I just, something that kind of came to mind is kind of contrasting with, the synchronous, your typical synchronous machines, and typically and historically, the idea being for synchronous machines, as long as I was angularly rotor stable, my first swing, if I meet that, I generally would assume my protections and controls and stuff would ride through. And so a lot of the protections, I think, it kind of set a limit on that. And I think with IBRs, when you don't have that kind of angular stability limit, particularly in a simulation, they will stay on and operate well beyond, from a model perspective, unless something is in the model that represents these limitations, you kind of can get a false sense of security. And so I think it's important not only, representing those limitations, within the, the PRC 29 curves, but maybe if they're just slightly outside of them, having those represented it could be important too, because otherwise you kind of give yourself a false sense of security. And there is a bit of challenge because at a practical level, at a certain limitation, it's not going to be in any simulation. So, if I have something, being ridiculous, well, if I can ride through 0 volts for 10 seconds, obviously it doesn't really matter whether I put that limitation or not, because I'm not going to have a simulation that's going to show that. But there is kind of a spectrum there. And at some point, I think if you're close to the curves, even beyond those limitations are important to represent.
Perfect. Thanks, John. Over to you, Samir, and then we'll close out with Rhonda. Sorry, I want to clarify. Not close out the panel. We're going to move on to other questions, but closing out this question. Over to you, Samir.
Yeah, thanks. From OEM side, like Dennis mentioned, when you had purchased your equipment or when the developer had purchased a piece of equipment, they should have come up with capability. If they don't have the access to that document, that is something that can be easily provided. And that document itself doesn't mean anything if you cannot substantiate with the field data, right? So cross-referencing what was promised to you with what is installed on the site would be one step to documenting the capability. And the second step would be to see if the model that was provided to you shows the similar limitation or not, right? Then the US, like John mentioned, you have to be very confident on the limitation of those models and what models to use for what studies, right? To simply demonstrate the VRT capability, RMS model would suffice. But that would be the second step. Once you verify whatever is in the setting with whatever is promised by the OEM about the capability of that particular equipment, then if you can substantiate that by some sort of simulation, some sort of model, then I think that would close the gap. And additionally, if you want to do other verification, then like John mentioned, if there is an event on the site, if you can benchmark that or so from the model, because no model is perfect, right? Because when we create a model, when we quote unquote validate our model, we validate a model against certain tests. Like for example, ERCOT, if we talk about ERCOT, we validate our model against the MQT test, like 8-9 sets of tests, right? We do other tests for our internal record for the compliance side. Those are the things that we have to do it. There might be other events that might come up, like John said, it is unpredictable nature of the grid and the equipment and the interaction between the two that we've never even thought of. So model by itself, there is no such thing as a perfect model that you can have. You need to understand the limitation and use of the model in particular scenario and the studies that you are doing. But one way to start would be to get the document from OEM that the capability that has been promised, to substantiate with the site data that you are getting the same capability, and then later replicate if that capability holds true to the model that you are using or that model that was provided to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Samir. Over to you, Rhonda.
Yeah, the only thing I would just add, to that is I think that it's important from a developer and generator owner lens is that you start building that archive or record out of the gates. We work closely with our procurement team when we're selecting an OEM to make sure that we understand what is that documentation that we're going to need first to just understand the capability of the equipment. Second, to understand kind of the safety and performance of that equipment. And then number 3, what is that documentation that helps us to articulate to ourselves, to our engineers, and to our regulatory compliance obligations, what needs to be provided at the forefront. So sometimes building that criteria out that we've kind of shared with partners to help them understand, like, hey, this is what I'm going to need to prove has been considered. How is that documented? And then how do we maintain that? How much of it is I have to work all the time with an OEM in order to maintain this and any modifications? How much of that can we do independently? But just out of the gates before, as you're choosing your equipment, being clear about what the expectations are and building that record. Also, too, in this reliability space, we have annual requirements. We have 5-year requirements and 10-year requirements regarding how we update models and if there's any changes in that regard. So that's another way to kind of keep the record relevant and applicable to the time that we're here today. But I really think the takeaway is understanding what you need to understand your plant, and two, evidencing what that document composition needs to articulate in order for you to independently represent that capability going forward. And sometimes it's just done with a conversation with the OEM and the developer up front. A lot of times we ask for kind of compliance narratives to kind of help us to tease out what we're looking for those records to help us articulate. And that's something else can be that can be thought out. But from OEM capability documents, I have model parameter reports that I ask for, protection and control coordination studies, disturbance event recording, event analysis, specific technical justifications that I ask for, whether it may be the damage curves or OEM notification letters, is a way that we collectively work to always keep that record relevant and somewhat in tandem with what the grid expectations are for that facility.
Perfect. Thank you all. The excuse me. There's been quite a few questions that have come up through the Slido poll. And so folks, if you wish to ask a question of our panelists here, we have quite a few more minutes to go through and ask our panelists some questions about the information that we just kind of were talking about here today. The first, and I'm seeing a few that are asking about old, legacy, and we've heard the term in service, and generally have asked for those definitions of what's the definition of a legacy equipment, or when we say old, can we elaborate what this is? Samir, I will turn it over to you first. If you want to help ask when we say old, what are we talking about, and generally that term legacy.
Yeah, from our side, from the units that we have, that out of Siemens wind turbine and Gamesa wind turbine, and now combined Siemens Gamesa wind turbine, when we're talking, we have turbines that are closing to their 20 years operational mark right now, right? So those would be very old, that were sold and that has been operating for closer to that mark. When we are talking about model specific, on me mentioning that it's hard to get a EMT model for older unit, I would say anything that has been operating for around 10 years, that would consider old. Anything that has been operating for 5 years or newer, we have a decent models for that, validated models, benchmark models for that. So that's why the complexity on getting the information would depend on how long the particular turbine has been, operating, or when was the last time it was sold from our side, because the support for the older unit goes away when the newer unit comes to the market, right? As it's a normal procedure anyway. So when we talk legacy and when we're talking old, that's what I said. It is very important to classify those. If we're talking about the units that has been producing for the last 5 years, or that has been commissioned within the 5 years, then those we consider relatively new. So the support for them would be pretty good. The units that have been operating for 10 plus years, 15 plus years, those would be considered old, and the support for them would probably be not as, as helpful and as forthcoming as we'd like to be.
Perfect. Thank you, Samir. Does anyone else from our panel want to help answer that question? Go ahead, Rhonda.
Just from a Geo's perspective, Samir, I'm right aligned there with you. And I just think just sometimes when the terms of art are used, that when we're talking about this classification between very mature projects, 10 plus years, or those that are less than 5 years old, it's not speaking to legacy or in service as NERC has defined it, meaning in service, as Jamie described before, by the October 1st, 2026 date, but we're using the classification to help justify in this hardware exemption documentation ask to articulate the kind of just manage expectations on what we're able to retrieve and get to help articulate that exemption. So the classification is used more in trying to articulate and support the exemption and what is likely to be expected, what versus that is what should likely be expected, but it kind of helps to give context and expectations to those that are kind of compiling the package and evaluating the package to kind of know what some of those challenges are with document collection based on the classification of the age of the facility, but more so looking at, is it still a part of the active product line, is one kind of small thing that we use internally to kind of help with that classification, as Samir has kind of spoken about.
Perfect. Thank you, Rhonda.
And
Samir.
one last thing to add would be, like, I think I kind of understand where it is coming from. If we are talking about very specific requirement like phase angle or row off, right? Even though the unit was operational for 2 years, like Rhonda mentioned, those capability were not part of the capability that OEM had promised necessarily, because those capability as a requirement didn't become effective until today. So just because it's a newer fleet doesn't necessarily mean we as an OEM can provide any information to that, because if we didn't test it at that time, then you cannot say, oh, you cannot do 25 degrees. How much can you do? Can you do 15 degrees? We'll be like, we can't answer that, right? So that is also a distinction to keep in mind. So if the particular compliance standard wasn't in the place when you purchase the equipment or when we sold the equipment, then that should, there is no guarantee that we can provide any information to that because we were not tested for that.
Yeah, I second that. I just wanted to add just one point saying it's also not possible to test anymore on what the equipment is capable of, is because we don't manufacture them anymore. We don't have the ability to test the old inverters anymore. So it's not even possible for us to test it in the future and give it a documentation saying what it is capable of.
I do think that both Dinesh and Samir, when we talk about building the record to support an R4 exemption, those type of determinations or statements from the OEM, to me, adds value to that exemption request. To say things like, from the OEM's point of view, this was never studied and it's no plans for it to be studied. Therefore, this input is not available. And I feel those type of summaries are helpful to the exemption consideration application or request that the generator owner is compiling to present to the CEA. And to me, that is a documentation deliverable that would be regarded.
At least from our TMIC's perspective, we plan to provide documentation for every single line of PRC 29 saying what the equipment capability that we know is, or if you're not able to determine that capability, we would state that this capability cannot be determined because of lack of testing or lack of knowledge of this particular performance. So we would be providing that for the models that would be required.
Yeah, and we're also getting other questions that are specifically about OEM engagement, specifically on the responses from OEMs. That a lot of this is largely dependent on OEMs. And the general getting the direct answer from the OEMs is potentially tricky. There's some that are larger in terms of share and penetration versus others. And so there's maybe a limited set of OEMs with many, many GOs. And so there's quite a few questions in our Slido that are specifically, what are really the capabilities of the OEM to provide that sort of documentation for PRC 29, and the limitations on like manpower plus the actual like responsiveness from OEMs. So I want to open kind of, I guess, to Dinesh and Samir of what is capable of being provided from the OEM perspective, and what do you envision that coordination to look like given a very tight timeline?
From our side, I mean, I understand the OEM to be a choke point here, and that rightfully so. But I feel like developers should have the documentation with them too, right? At a minimum, the turbine supply agreement or the inverter supply agreement, that does contain a lot of capabilities in there. That was part of the contract. Yes, during the project lifecycle, lots of developer change. The project changes hand often these days, and the documentation might not have been kept in a place or followed diligently, but they should have it. And in the worst case, they don't. From SGRE's point of view, what we are doing is we are publishing a white paper regarding PRC 29, our backlog, our schedule, our status, our offering, and we are actively reaching out to the customer, asking them to engage us in a timely manner, because our support would be first come, first served basis, right? If we have all owners and operator reach out to 1 month before the PRC 29, then there's not much we can help. But early engagement is the key. We knew about PRC 29. We knew about NOGA 245, sorry to bring that to that line, what is coming. So early engagement from all the stakeholders is very, very crucial.
Perfect. Thank you, Samir.
And like Dinesh mentioned, we are providing response to all the requirement, but it depends on our data availability, right? If we need to send somebody to download the data from site, we provide a gap analysis report. We provide updated model as much as we can, but those have timeline and resources attached to it. So early engagement is very crucial.
At least from our side, it's I would say that we are working on a lot of these details right now. We are providing and we are responding to customers. When we get a question on PRC 29, we suddenly respond with what is expected and when to expect certain documents by. Because this is a new standard, it's going to take time for us, especially for those older inverters. For the newer inverters, we have a lot of the details available, and it's easier to publish. But for the older inverters, it is going to take a little bit of time. But I understand that contrasting, that's where you need the information more urgently, because you need to get these exemptions in place. But we're trying to do our best.
Perfect. Trying not to pick specifically too much on our OEMs for this panel, but the questions really are primarily around like what specific documentation would be available from these various things, and I definitely agree. Like early engagement helps these processes, and we're gonna need to begin to develop these. So we've heard of, hey, there's some items that are already within a turbine purchase contract or some other items with the developer. So I just want to ask Dinesh and Samir to kind of just explain like what they provide, like the actual like capabilities that have been provided for these legacy plants, and like the general type of documentation that might fall under. Dinesh and then Samir, and I'll open that up to the rest of the panel if they want to
add. For equipment, we typically provide, the data sheet, or you can call it the base documentation, nameplate details. But we also provide what we call the capability curves, which says how much write-through performance you can expect, and a document explaining what kind of settings you can set these inverters to, what the maximum capability is, essentially how these can be set. And we also provide models for associated equipment, whatever is applicable.
Perfect. Thank you, Dinesh. Over to you, Samir.
Yeah, during the TSA agreement, we do provide the capability curve, reactive capability curve, grid connection capability document, which lists out VRT, FRT capability along with others. These days, inertia, phase angle, rook off, what have you, those all would be listed as well. But for the modeling side, when we provide the model, all the manuals are provided. For specific to PRC 29, we are providing a gap analysis of the turbines on the site, where we look at what hardware, what was the converter that is on the turbine, what are their capabilities. If there is a room for us to upgrade on those capabilities based on the firmware upgrade, we'll provide that information. We'll also provide what firmware version is in those turbine And then we go look into the turbine, put the actual physical pictures in there so that everything is aligned, all documented. That's the PRC 29 specific, similar to what was provided for ERCOT for NOGR.
Just trying to add that, we also provide the same thing. We also provide a line-by-line statement of what what the requirement from PRC 29 is and how the equipment can meet it or cannot meet it.
Perfect. Thank you, Dinesh and Samir, on that. Excited to see that the documentation is able to be provided. Rhonda, John Schmal, or John Zong, any additional thoughts you want to add to that question?
Yeah, I would only add that, I think it's something for the GOs and developers to keep in mind that I think probably what the OEMs are providing is their specific, inverter or turbine level capabilities, and that might translate somewhat differently into the overall plant design. So it depends how involved the OEM is in that overall plant design.
Perfect. And we just got our 5-minute warning there on the screen, so maybe we got time for just one last question from Slido here. And there's a request to expand on the M1 to M3 evidence to have the panelists kind of expand upon that. So M1 through M3 are essentially the measures used or the documentation used to comply with the requirements 1, 2, and 3. And part of those was this protection and control settings evaluation that is in M1. So I just want to hear from folks on the panel here on the, the value and the documentation expectations that are for these legacy facilities when we talk through this protection and coordination study there. So I would ask first, let's start with John Schmal on the value from the transmission side for this protection and control studies and what the expectations are if there's limiting elements within that. And then I'll ask Rhonda to kind of fill in and open it up for the rest of the panel if we have time.
Yeah, and I might take a little different approach on this, particularly from an ERCOT perspective, and that will, and I know it's been mentioned about NOGR 245, and this really isn't about that, but really focused on the NERC process. But I would say that anybody that's in the ERCOT footprint and going through some of the NOGR 245 stuff is going to be well beyond and compliant with the documentation requirements under the NERC order is my expectation anyways. And we've done a lot of outreach and basically dedicated a team to help with our ride through implementation and ensuring all the market participants and generation owners understand the requirements and they might think it's a little overbearing. I think we've put a lot of stress on them in requesting certain data, but a lot of it is around ensuring they understand the requirements and can provide that information back to us regarding the capability of their plans.
Perfect. Thank you, John. Rhonda, would you want to help walk through some of that M1 to M3 obligations, specifically on the protection and control settings evaluation within an IBR plant?
Yeah, I'll give one or two examples. I know we're at close to time that, one of the documentations that we're looking to leverage to help satisfy that interest is we're looking at the studies that we've used in PRC like 19, 25, and 27 for demonstrating settings were coordinated to allow the plant to ride through, and kind of using that, those previous studies to see, hey, what can we get from this to help us answer protection and coordination studies that are now expected in the new rule in that regard. And then when it comes to, plant level control setting files, which is required, yes, we're studying our as left settings. You already have those from the power plant controllers and the inverters and relays, and verifying that they are configured to comply with the standard. So those are two examples of documentation types that we're leveraging to kind of help answer those type of ability or capability questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. I just also caught myself speaking into mute as well. So thank you all for the panel here. Is there any final remarks that panelists want to say specifically on that protection and coordination question. Otherwise, we'll move in to close out our time here.
I just wanted to add one thing. I think traditionally when we talk about protection and control coordination is mostly on the overcurrent protections, which is kind of not the theme for PRC 29. But I think for the particular write-through, there are also protection and write-through control settings that can be evaluated on a different study, but not through the the tradition protection coordinations.
Perfect. Thank you so much, John. And I really do thank the panelists up here for a wonderful time. This information is going to be heavily useful when we look at Project 2025-05 for addressing the items that were raised in this conference, as well as what we saw through the FERC orders. So thank you, panelists. I'll turn it over to Sarah Habriga to kind of close us out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, JP. Excellent work by you and each of our panelists. We appreciate you volunteering to participate on this panel and willingness to answer some tough questions. This has been a very productive discussion. We will now break for lunch and resume workshop panel 2 at 1:45 p.m. Eastern. Thank you. Panel 2's topic is equipment limitations of HVDC connected IBRs with choppers. Participating on this panel, we have Dr. Mikhail Dahlgren, and he's with Hitachi Energy. We have Dr. Divya Kurithakoti with Orsted. We have Dr. Rajat Majumdar with Invenergy, and Dr. Manish Patel from Silicon Ranch. Any panelists that would like to respond to one of the questions or has information to add, please use the Slido QR code to be called on by the moderator. At the conclusion of the panel, we will have time for Q&A discussion, also using Slido as time permits. At this point, I will turn the panel over to Mark Lobby from NERC, who will be moderating this one. Mark, are you ready to go?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Fantastic. Well, great. And, I wanted to thank Mikhail, Divya, Rajat, and Manish for joining us here today. I think we're going to have a very interesting and exciting panel. Now, I have to admit, when I first saw, that we were going to be talking about choppers, Steppenwolf came to my mind, the Born to be Wild, chopping with our, a motorcycle that's been chopped up and made into something a little bit more. But you'd be wrong if you were thinking about that kind of chopper. Or maybe, you'd be thinking about something that you have in the kitchen where you got a lot of stuff that you're cutting up and putting into pieces and getting ready for that salad. No, you'd be wrong again. It's not that kind of chopper either. And we won't even talk about teeth. This kind of chopper is an important part of voltage source converters to enable them to withstand, especially, lower voltages and consuming energy so that we can keep the equipment safe. And so the PRC 29 requires inverter-based resource plants that are interconnected to the AC system via the voltage source converters, high voltage DC systems to meet voltage ride-through requirements, and that's specified in Table 2 of the standard. And many IBR facilities, inverter-based resource facilities, particularly those interfacing with the voltage source current systems employ energy dissipation devices such as choppers or dynamic braking systems to absorb excess energy that cannot be delivered to the grid during voltage dips. It's a way to kind of a safety valve, you might say, during those kind of events. And these components currently have inherent thermal design limitations. It's understandable. There's a certain amount of energy they can take on that we need to acknowledge in that standard, and was acknowledged in the standard. In 909, FERC directed NERC through its standard development process to determine whether and if so how to account for these limitations in high voltage DC connected IBRs, which are using these voltage source converters with choppers which may prevent them physically to fully comply with the ride through. There's a certain amount of energy they can take on based on the design. And it could be conformed by 2800, of course. And the order also noted standards such as 2800, 2022, and may have certain exceptions that may inform NERC's processes as relevant to the HVDC connected IBRs with choppers. The whole idea here, of course, is, well, then what's the risk, right? If we have certain kind of limitations, to what level do we have limitations? What's the risk to the system? If of course, the VSC, voltage source converter HVDC lines don't have to come off because you got to protect equipment, then of course you have to have, reserves, dynamic support for the system. So understanding all that is a bit different than perhaps just looking at a straight loss of a AC line. The panelists today will discuss equipment limitations of HVDC connected IBRs with choppers and that might prevent them from meeting PRC 29-1, and maybe possible solutions as informed by the 2800. So with that, I think we all have introduced the panelists. So why don't I just get into it if everybody's comfortable with that approach? Is everybody okay on that? Go right into our questions. All right. The first question that I wanted you to think about, and at least perhaps get a lead with Manesh, maybe Rajat as well, is the development of NERC's Project 2020-2, which produced the 29-1, largely based on this clause of 2800-2022 regarding consecutive voltage dip ride-through requirements. And what are the key differences between these two standards is the question mark. And there may be actually a one-line diagram here on this particular question. Is that right?
Yes. So if we can pull up that simple one-line diagram, that will help explain.
You really should shape it like a motorcycle. It would look a lot more fun.
Yeah. So Mark, thank you for letting me chime in here. I have to admit, I'm the least qualified person to be a panelist on this topic. But my reason to be here is that, during the development of 2800, I was leading this section, and I worked with a couple of OEMs at the time to understand limitation of choppers, and we ended up writing an exception or exemption, whatever the right word is, in the standard. So here, the top single line diagram, basically this is offshore wind plant that connects to the AC transmission system on the right via HVDC line, right? So on the left, you see one AC to DC converter station, and that converter station maintains voltage and frequency for the offshore AC system. So wind turbine generators produce energy, dump into that AC system, and then it gets converted to DC all the way to other side of the DC line where it gets converted to AC and into the AC transmission system. So now when you have a fault or a voltage disturbance of a long duration on the AC transmission system onshore, right? Because the standard, the 2800, even PRC 29 requires that plant produces reactive power to support voltage on the system. What will happen is that DC to AC converter system on the right will reduce the active power output, increase the reactive power to support the voltage. Well, when that DC to AC converter station takes that action, the wind turbine generators, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 miles away in the water are still producing energy, right? So those wind turbine generators producing energy still gets dumped into the HVDC line, but it cannot get out of the HVDC line into the AC transmission system on shore. So the one solution is to somehow communicate to all these wind turbine generators to reduce their power generation, which takes effort, time, right? The other solution is, well, can we put a DC chopper as shown on the single line diagram? It is very close to the DC to AC converter station on the right side of that HVDC line. And then let that DC chopper absorb the energy that is coming in from offshore wind turbines, but not getting into the AC transmission system, right? Now this DC chopper is limited in how much energy it can absorb for what duration. And once it absorbs the energy, it has a cool down time, right? It's just, I always have this discussion with my wife in a hot summer. We drive car home. We cannot just bring it into garage and close the garage door. Let the car sit out on a driveway, let it cool down. It takes 2-3 hours and then bring it in the garage, right? So same concept, nothing more than that. DC chopper gets hot when it's absorbing energy, and then it needs some cool down time. So anyhow, I think a German code or one of the European codes calls for a DC chopper to be designed to be able to absorb 2 times the rated power, or a rated power for 2 seconds, right? You can phrase it differently, but so that's the limitation. So anyhow, to summarize here, what we did in 2800 is that, you know, this kind of setup is exempted from consecutive voltage dip requirements because of thermal limitation, cool down time of a DC chopper. The second figure at the bottom is practically the same thing, but in this case, the chopper is actually AC. If you see all the way at the right, where there is a little transformer, there is an AC chopper. So you could have multiple designs. In the bottom figure, you have benefit if you have a fault on a HVDC line itself, and the HVDC line opens momentarily and then comes back in. For that short duration of time, the energy that is, you know, produced by wind turbine generator has to go somewhere, so it would go in an AC chopper. But the concept is same. These choppers can absorb certain amount of energy for short duration, and once they do that, they have a mandatory kind of cool down time. You can always design for something big, but I think Mikhail will educate us on limitations of you know, designing bigger choppers. So I'll stop right there. So that's the gist of the story. That's what we're here to discuss about.
Thank you. And Rajit, did you have anything you wanted to cover on that as well? Maybe not. There he is. Hi, Rajit.
Can you all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. What Manish said, I'll just add one more thing as far as the functionality, as Manish explained. One of the primary difference is when the fault on the AC side happening on the transmission system, as you know, shown by the fault line here. Due to it's a voltage source converter, and that keeps the DC voltage pretty solid. I mean, of course, it would go through some transient, and that's why the generation, which is isolated, would see business usual. So it's not going to see any voltage dip on the AC side. So it will not go into fault right through mode, and therefore they would keep on exporting energy within the HVDC system on the left side, and that can create an swell of the DC voltage, can trip up the whole thing. But Mark, to go back to your original question, some of the fundamental difference. So I had the privilege of working alongside with Manish in 2022, clause 7 and I can only tell how many hours we have spent to craft the language of consecutive voltage dip. Our initial approach had been we tried to capture the language that when the equipment shall ride through, and we were not able to do so. So if one looks at it right now, the way it's written, it says the IBR plant shall ride through consecutive voltage dip and then provide certain exemption or exception where a plant can trip off. And in 2800, Manish should probably agree with me. It is, we tried our best, but it is not, perfect by any stretch of imagination. We tried to cover as much as we could. So there are more definitive waiver were given within 2800, depending on the magnitude of the voltage dip from beyond continuous operating point. The frequency of the voltage dip, like how soon the second voltage dip would come, we have a specification there. It has to be at least more than 20 cycle. And how many voltage dip are also dependent on the magnitude. So for example, if it is more than 50%, then only 2 consecutive voltage dip. If it is more than some other lower threshold, then it's a 4 of them. And it then says that all those consecutive voltage dip has to be cumulative in nature. Now, moving forward, I was also in standard drafting team in project 2022 that came out with PRC 29. And here I tried to bring in all of these, which I just tried to explain, but somehow it was not taken by the overall team. And therefore, within attachment 10 in PRC 29, after the voltage right through table and the diagram, we have certain bullet points. And if we read those bullet points 7 through 9, essentially what it says that IBR based plant shall ride through consecutive voltage dip in a period of 10 seconds 4 times. So comparing with 2800, it does not specify the magnitude of the voltage dip, how much it can go. It does not specify how frequently 2 consecutive dips can come in. Those are, I would say, the major difference, because now if we go back, that why are we worried about it? And I know that we have Mikhail on the panel coming from one of the major manufacturer, so he will be able to provide us a lot more insight. But as the voltage dip magnitude is more, less amount of active power that can be exported within the transmission grid, and therefore the remainder of that energy that cannot be exported to the transmission grid, whereas the generation side keep on pumping in the energy, that difference needs to be consumed within this dynamic braking system or chopper, whether it's DC chopper in case of an offshore wind application or in case of an offshore large isolated IBR plant application. So therefore, considering those, I think it is very important for this technical workshop to realize the practical limitation that are now driven due to these nuances between how 2800 tried to capture it and how PRC 29 specified the requirement in attachment A and through those 3 bullet points.
No, thank you. That was very comprehensive, both of you. And the only thing that came to my mind is I was wondering what is the benefit of one of these designs over the other? Of having the chopper closer to the IBR generating plants versus on the receiving end. Is there any?
Yeah,
I can answer that if you want.
Okay, Mikhail.
So, no. I think when you have the DC chopper, it's typical for offshore application, where you actually doesn't want to have the chopper on offshore. You put it on onshore, where you have space for it, and it's closer.
Okay.
The other one, if you see the lower one, is with the AC chopper. This is actually, we've been using that the first time in the Sansia project that been energized today, actually on both sides. So a little bit, or yesterday, successfully. So we're a little bit proud today. But why did we put an AC chopper there? It's actually partly we have size for it. We could have put it on the DC side, but this is used for a bipool system. So actually, if we get a fault in one of them, we will not affect both of them.
Okay.
So it's actually to increase the reliability. So that's why we have an AC chopper in that, just to make it extremely simple.
All right. Thank you.
And I'd like to simplify things.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. And then, of course, once we get to that energy level and we haven't cooled enough, the result is simply you have to trip the system off, right? Protect the equipment. This is a little bit different than, let's say, the run back schemes we used to have in Minnesota, where if you had a fault near the converter, you'd trip the plant off in North Dakota and then ramp it back up as you were able to deal with the fault. A little bit different, you know. Okay, good. Is there anything else anybody wanted to add to the original question there? Davia, anything from your end, or Mikhail, anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I think, sorry. Just to add to Rajat and Manish, I think one of the things that we recognized when 2800 was being written and worded by Manish and Rajat is we were seeing that the HVDC technology as of even 2022 and as of today, the only mechanism that has been reliably commercialized that can get all the energy out during a fault is the chopper. And it's probably Mikhail also will explain, it's just a resistor. So you're converting all the excess power as heat because of the I square R. And when 2800 was also written, these were questions that were asked. Do you have any control mechanisms? Really, there's nothing, at least to the best of our knowledge, that has been tested and reliably commercialized that can provide the performance a TO may need. So there are certain performance requirements like reactive current injection during fault, post-fault recovery. So those aspects, if you consider, it's very hard to come up with something that works reliably. And this is such an important piece, I'm sure Mikhail will talk about it, that if this fails or if this misoperates, you're running into trouble. So that's on the safety side and even on the grid reliability side. You want it to operate only when it's required. You don't want it to operate when you don't need it. So it's very, very important to have those mechanisms in place. And if you look at the control, it's really simple. They would measure the DC voltage value. And when there is an increase in the DC voltage, the chopper automatically kicks in. So there is no fancy communication, no exotic controls. And basically the resistor just takes that current and it heats up. So that's how they would bring the voltage within a reasonable value.
Protect the equipment.
Exactly. Yep. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Mikhail, did you have anything you wanted to add? That you got the invitation there.
Yeah, no, I can add more. I think we got. We continue.
More
I can explain a little bit more in detail how it works. But I think it was excellent, Divya. You said how it looks, how it actually is.
Yeah, I think we understand the problem and the challenge, right?
Yeah.
So let's look at the next question, which is got you tagged, Mikhail, which is, can you explain what the chopper does? I think we know that.
Yeah.
Unless there's more that we missed there.
I can go a little bit more in detail.
And why it perhaps doesn't meet the PRC 29 and what the nuances are on the IEEE 2800 versus, for a 0.739 that we were talking about. I think it was Rajat mentioned, or maybe Manesh did as well. And what are the primary compliance challenges when you're relying on choppers?
Let's say I fully agree with Divya. It's a very simple component, and I think chopper is a little bit misleading name, honestly. I think it's just dumping energy into a resistor.
Yeah. Well, you can use choppers for other things, right?
Yep. So, You have the DC shopper and the AC shopper.
Right.
Works in principle the same, but if we take what is a DC shopper more in reality, it's actually designed to manage power surpluses, as was mentioned, and also stabilize the voltage level in the HVDC system. It belongs of 4 components. So this box that you have there is actually 4 or a little bit more component, but it's 4 pieces. You have a shopper switch that actually allow to the DC shopper, in this case, to connect and disconnect from circuit. Normally a mechanical breaker with the resonant LC circuit to be able to take care of the issue of pushing in the power into it. So you need to have something supporting it. Then you have the resistance, who is actually a big resistance called shopper resistance. And when the shopper switch is closed, it actually then take over the energy. Then you normally add on a smoting reactor that smote out the current and voltage fluctuation. So when this is happening, you get the stable function, operation of the shopper and the connector system. And then you have a line switch in this. So it's not just a resistor, it's something more. And what is the operation flow when it acts? So let's be a little bit more distinct. You detect the fault, the triggered operation of the DC shopper, or you can put it in according to the demand from the standards and things like that to attack. So triggered operation of the DC shopper. The rectifier is actually starting to slow down to manage the power flow. So you're actually using the rectifier that you have in the system. You can then open the line switch, and the shopper switch is closed to connect to the shopper resistance. And then you dissipate all of those energy. And this is huge amount of energy we're discussing. It's 1 gigawatt. And you have to remember that is quite a lot of energy. Imagine a nuclear power plant that you should dissipate the heat. So it's in that magnitude. So, and then you do the burn up the power in the shopper resistance, and then you manage then by the surplus in the system. And then before you connect it again, you do a deionization. Check that the DC line is deionized before you connect it, and then you resume the transmission when the condition is stable. So that's the principle of a DC shopper. Let's jump in and explain why I see an issue with the PRC standard. I will do a very simple case. I will take one of the things here. You had that you need to have 0.5 PU, and you should have that over 1.2 seconds according to the PRC standard. Then this needs to happen according to the standard. You should be able to take this 4 times during 10 seconds, and then it will all start over again. So that is the simple case. So what is more? So we have this remaining voltage that you need to take care of. It's less than 0.5 voltage. And the easiest case, I would say, let's say it's 0.5 PU. And then you need to transport this via the converter, and the other one needs to be taking care of the shopper. The shopper, as mentioned before, is normally designed for 1 PU power for 2 seconds. That's the normal standards of them. And it can handle then 2 PU of energy in total. And then when the shopper draws down 0.5, it needs to be run in the system 4 seconds to reach the admissible energy level. That's when the resistor cannot take more energy. So it's actually 0.5 per second. That's what a normal standardized come. You can for sure regulate that and change it, but I will show you why it's have an issue. So let's go to the PRC 029. You had 4 consecutive faults, 1.2 seconds, remaining voltage. You need to run the shopper 4.8 seconds. So it's equivalent to 2.4. So you need to rate up your shopper a little bit. Fine, manageable. Now the next 10 seconds comes and you get the same requirement. And then you say, okay, how long time does it take to cool down the resistor? We're discussing roughly more than 1,000 seconds. So you can forget about cooling it. And restarting it, you need to put another one things. So if for each of those 10 seconds, you need to add a new chopper. And so it will be an issue because the cooling factor will not happen within this time frame. So remember it's 1000 seconds. So this means that you will have an issue. So let's take a real case. How will that actually look like? You have a resistor for 1 gigawatt and you have 2-second energy dump of the resistor. And this is for a real case, 520 kV for a system design, and is one of the pole in the bipolar scheme. The term and time constants, you remember I said 1000 seconds, is in the reality 1380 seconds. So I was a little bit nice when I said 1000 seconds, because you can for sure find tweaking down that to something. So how big is this kind of resistor? And this is only the resistor, not the other component. It's roughly 20 ton in weight, and it's roughly in square foot is 400 square foot in area, and it's roughly 60 to 26 foot height of a typical of those components. And then you need to add the 4 other equipment that I mentioned. And so you see, and then remember for each 10 seconds now, you need to add another one of them. And then you need to do that for 1000 seconds to fulfill the demand, which you start to realize you start to get a little bit ridiculous. You will get a football field of resistors just to be able to cover this demand. Then I was thinking, okay, let's do water cooled. Let's do a water cooled resistor. So I called the manufacturing of the resistors just to see, have they done this? And they have constructed it before. So there is, but in principle, the issue we have here is that in 1 second, this is actually a so-called adiabatic process. So the heat will stay in the resistor. You will not get it out. So you cannot redo it. And then how fast can you get the heat out with water cooling? It's quite a big chunk of mass. So it will take time, because remember it's 20 ton of mass. It's quite a lot of mass that you should take the heat out of. And having a physics background, I know how difficult that is. So even if you have a lot of water and you have the cooling down, it will be, perhaps if you're lucky, you will improve it 2-3 times to get it out, the time constant. It still will be a ridiculous time. It will be perhaps 200, 300, 400 seconds instead of 1400 seconds. So it still will be 20 times the normal DC that you have. So if you want just to remember one very simple thing, is that 1 ton is 100 megajoule. That takes 1000 seconds to take out. So I think my message is, yes, it's manageable physically, but it will be huge increase of size. You will actually just have a lot of resistors to take care. And I think the misjudgment is the size of the power of a unit like this. So I hope I did an easy and explanation why I think it's an issue.
Sure.
It's
I
actually
think I
the size.
understand it. That basically it takes about 20 minutes to cool it.
Yeah.
If I do my calculations right and get to 1300 seconds.
Yeah.
So after you have had one event like this, if you have another one, you got to take the system off.
Yep. And then you need to add the other one in.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Too bad we can't get a battery that can store that fast. Huh? Wouldn't that be
Yes, but it will be huge amount of batteries.
Yeah, a lot
and
of
you need to
batteries.
take out the battery
Yeah,
or a
1,000.
supercapacitor if you want
Yeah.
to be really fast. But
Yeah.
it will be big, expensive equipment
Yeah.
to handle this.
Yep. Got it. All right. And of course it's large. It takes a lot of space. Got it. So is there anything anybody else want to add to that explanation? Got to get the idea that you take a certain amount of energy, and it takes about 20 minutes to cool it off. I'm rounding numbers around left and right. I figured You know, I'm a simple guy.
It takes 1,000 seconds, more than 1,000 seconds to cool it down.
Yeah, 1,000 seconds. Is that like 60 times 16? Am I wrong? Maybe I'm.
Well, something like that. Yep.
Yeah. So but then you went to 1,300, so that's why I added three,
okay.
3 or 4 minutes more. But anyway, 16, 17 minutes.
Doesn't matter. It's big numbers.
Big numbers. So right. So if you've experienced an event, and you've used up the energy capability of the device to a full chopper, it's going to take about 16 to 17 minutes to cool off before you're comfortable being able to take on more. I guess you could take a little bit less if you could manage that, but if you go from 1-0, basically, it's going to take you about 16, 17 minutes before you could take another event, essentially, right?
And honestly, if you have this issue so many times, I think you should shut down your system.
You probably got another problem.
You got another problem than
These systems are running into the 1,000 megawatts. How big are these systems?
This is I took a typical one in the US is 1,300.
Okay.
We are building in Europe roughly 2,000 megawatts.
Yeah, some big ones in the
for
UK.
offshore, and then our latest one in Sansia is 3 gigawatt.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, and so as opposed to, let's say, inverter-based, let's say solar plant, probably not as quite as big. The wind plants are probably not as big. And they don't have this chopper problem, right? Because they don't have bipolar.
The Sansia is connected to a huge wind farm.
Mm-hmm.
And And in Europe, the one on offshore is actually all connected to wind farms of roughly 2 gigawatt each.
But they're using DC collectors and all that, as opposed to an onshore type plan. All right, good. So let's get Divya, get you in the conversation here. While we recognize the voltage ride-through requirements for 29 are important to maintaining reliability of the BES system, it's also clear that it sounds like there's some practical implementation challenges. We've been talking about some of these here and learning from each other. So drawing from your experience on 2800, 22, and 29, PRC 29, and the ongoing work with the advancement on 2800, do you see a path forward?
Yeah, so I think that's a fantastic question, Mark. First, I want to just quickly give you a sense of what this 2 seconds means. I think when we had several discussions, we did realize when we go to the TO and the grid operator, hey, well, how do we translate full power 2 seconds into something more tangible in terms of voltage ride-through? It's a little bit complicated, but just if you bear with me and follow the logic, the worst case for the chopper is when all the active power gets dumped. What does that mean? Literally, it's like a 3-phase bolted fault at the POI. If you apply, which does not happen so much on the transmission network, if you apply something like that, that is when you start using a lot of the chopper capability. And if you take typical 6 cycles clearing time, you are looking at 20 faults that the chopper can take. That's really the worst case. Now, if you see the more frequent ones that keep happening on the transmission network, like a single phase fault, you can still export power to the transmission. It depends on what performance the TO wants. And again, a HVDC has the ability to operate as a STATCOM. It has the ability to provide reactive power support and boost the voltage under low voltages. So you can choose. So it's somewhat of a trade-off if you look at it, how many you want to ride through versus what kind of performance you want. And when we have had these conversations, typically a transmission owner operator sees the benefit that, hey, these performance capabilities are more interesting, because if you look at the number of faults, this can write through, at least to the best of my knowledge, this can write through most of the practical situations one would encounter. And going by the reliability questions we have been asked. So I think one thing we were told is by a lot of the HVDC vendors that they have never seen. So this equipment, as our panelists said, has been in operations globally, and there is experience about reliability and how it's impacted the grid. So at least what we have heard and what we have seen is there has been no recorded grid event that was caused because of this chopper thermal limit being reached. So that's kind of satisfying. And the other rationale also that the other reason that the 2 seconds came up is it also exists in the German grid code, VDEARN 4131, and this was written in 2019. And it stipulates that the HVDC system must be able to absorb nominal rated power for at least 2 seconds. So there's some wide recognition that this is adequate. Now, if the grid needs are different, I think it's important to first understand what that difference is. And as I said, this does provide significant other performance benefits, which might be very helpful for the transmission network during faults and during recovery. And I think when we were looking at even the 2800.2, which is writing test procedures for the 2800 standards, we can provide this limitation. So the vendor would have documentation on this thermal limitation, and that is a known fact. So we could provide documentation, and that shouldn't be such a big challenge. It's also in 2800.2.
This is all very good information. I think that's one of the things that came to my mind when I was preparing, which is where's the data? You know, and I know Seagree used to put out papers every couple of years on HVDC performance. I don't know if they still do. Back in the day, they used to, and you know, where you could kind of then have the data and information. So, well, this is what's happened in the past, right? And that really helps inform the future. If you think about NERC standards, a lot of them are based on historical performance and umbrella scenarios. And if one would have data to support the experience of performance. The other, of course, what happens to the system when it comes off, right? You know, you have to do those studies and understand the implications of those outages.
Absolutely, Mark. And I think that is something that there's a lot of research that's been done. In the EU too, we have significant references that can point to how the impacts of such a design, and we'd be happy to share that offline with NERC.
Super. I think that'd be very helpful to the drafting team as they make kind of some risk-based decisions, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. And I don't know if Rajat, did you have anything else you wanted to add there?
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree what Divya said, that from the odds of the real issue maintaining the grid reliability and can be supported by Mikhail and other manufacturers as well, that we really don't think providing a relief based on the thermal limitation is going to cause any of bulk electric system reliability issue. But if I remember correctly, your original question was, and we have had a really long productive conversation earlier today in the previous topic, where the compliance demonstration took a centerpiece, right? Now, considering all the limitations that we have on the chopper reliant or energy dissipation equipment based HVDC, there still should be an way forward for a geo that who has isolated generation integrated with VSC HVDC system. So what's the way forward? So this is where, if I can just give a sneak peek from 28.2, so which is the test and verification recommendation for IEEE 2800/2022, and within that it clearly state that even considering 2800/2022, which in earlier I mentioned that it provides a lot of clarity on the voltage dip magnitude, the difference, the time duration between two consecutive fault. Even with all of those, 28.2 says that it is impossible to have a finite number of combination through simulation that this consecutive voltage dip clause can be shown as a compliant. So, being it's a NERC compliance, as of now, when it comes on PRC 24-3, all the GO, they have a very standardized method when they go ahead and have somebody or in-house perform studies, provide a report that shows that, yes, the voltage right through envelope and the frequency right through envelope, the equipment does not trip off, it does not go into momentary cessation and whatnot. What do we want to do with this? So 2800.2 does provided a very prescriptive test methodology. Now, of course, it went with 2800 requirement, where it shows based on what can be most onerous requirement, and that is pushing the voltage dip down to below 50%, actually between 0 to 10% for 320 millisecond or 160 millisecond, and then recover the voltage, wait for 20 cycle, and then create another voltage dip between 20 to 50% and keep it within the time frame, and again recover the voltage. If the equipment in simulation is able to show right through capability and all other performance requirement, then one would say, yes, this particular HVDC system, or any IBR plant for that matter, is compliant with consecutive voltage dip, which is not there in PRC 29. And what we see as a GO, and this has happened with even 2800 in many other clauses, not just consecutive voltage dip or voltage right through, we have seen wide adaptation of the clauses, and different entities made up their own test requirement, and that is creating a challenge for a GO where we may have an equipment in different geographical area, and we will have to go back to OEM for different requirement. Therefore, as a path forward, we need to have a clear methodology to show the compliance demonstration for this consecutive voltage dip. And I believe 2800.2 provides one of the, I'm not saying that's the only one, but 28.2 provides one of those recommended practice where it shows two consecutive voltage dip within a little over 20 cycle difference between two of those dips. So something of that nature needs to be kept in mind, and hopefully when 29-1 gets revised, and that provides more clarity for the GO, so they can work with their manufacturer and able to provide a compliance demonstration going forward.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I'm going to show you my naivete. How many VSC HVDC systems do we have in North America right now? Do we have any?
A lot of them.
That's what I thought. Yeah, yeah. So we've got a lot of experience with these, right?
Yeah.
So do we have any data that we can?
I can just give a comment. I think we have been building VSC since '98.
But do they have? But they have choppers?
Yeah, the latest I found, we did it in Caprivi Link 2010. So it's a quite standard technology, honestly.
Yeah, so do we have data to support some of the discussions around, Diva was talking a lot about, you know, and it made a lot of sense. I mean, we don't see these kind of faults that often. Three-phase bolted fault, somebody left the chains on. And so, you know, one of the things that I think was challenging about the risk side is what data do we have to support the performance that we're, I think that'd be really helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. If I could chime in. So we do have global data.
Mhm.
And certainly we can back it up. So the DC chopper, the application we have, at least in North America, this seems to be one of the first ones. So the ones we are building. And I also want to add that none of this, although is innovative in the sense that it's not a completely new unknown technology, it's also very important to recognize that each of these gets designed and built for a specific project.
Yeah, I understand.
Absolutely. And an application. So one thing that I want this panel to also recognize is once it's designed and once it's built, there is no going backwards. As we heard our colleagues say, you know, it's not easy to retrofit a 20-ton chopper just because suddenly I realized it's not adequate, but we have already constructed it and it's already in place. And another point I want to emphasize to the group and all the audience is each of these equipment also goes through rigorous testing. So a chopper has to go through its own IEC type testing and safety testing. So, and then they're all put together. You cannot just bring in some equipment and put it and say it's hope that it's going to work. So all these have been tested just because of the voltage, the current rating. There's an enormous emphasis on safety. I just want
Can imagine with that much heat, but that's a new kind of engineering. It's called hope engineering. They don't teach it at the universities yet. But,
yeah.
Well, good. Thank you for that. This is a change of tack a little bit, Mikhail. And industry has demonstrated its compliance with the 24-3 through simulation studies, and I'm just wondering, do you foresee any modeling or validation challenges when we talk about the ability to model so accurately represent the thermal capabilities and limitations, or the energy dissipation systems? Are those models kind of easy to get a hold of and study?
I think it's fairly straightforward. Honestly, you have the resistors, who is one of the critical pieces, as we said, and that is normally from the manufacturing of the resistors, where we get the data. They are modeling them based on the requirement that we put in. We are modeling the converter that is needed, the switches and everything. So I think it's fairly straightforward of modeling it and proving the capability. And as Divya said, they have to go through a test package as well to prove the capability. So everything we do is fairly easy, I would say. What you need to do is to look for how you handle the rise time and things like that. So you're modeling it correctly. So you are dumping the energy in a controlled way. But this is, I would say, it's honestly not that difficult. And the modeling of the heat, you know what you have for standard for the resistors, and the standardized resistors that we get from manufacturing. And they have done all the calculation. That's why I reached out to them about a liquid one. And then they told me, nice idea, we tried it, but it didn't really make sense.
Did you try Freon instead? No, just kidding. Just kidding.
No. So I thought that would be the natural question. Why don't you cool it down?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
and that was my first
Air
question.
cooling it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, good. Now we'll kind of do kind of a wrap-up question, and then we'll take some from the audience if that's okay. I'm sure there are a few. And I just wanted to get the vision, and I'll start with Manesh on this one. How do you see, what are kind of acceptable modifications you see to 29 to acknowledge the thermal limitations affecting the chopper heat dissipation needs? And I know that Divya touched a little bit on this, and in your view of why it's necessary to change the standard itself rather than granting, let's say, exemptions to secure, to use the choppers. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah. So I learned quite a bit. 20 ton, 400 square feet. Those are some big numbers.
Yeah.
I knew those are big choppers, but I didn't know exactly what in terms of weight and space. So Mark, I think my opinion should be the least valuable here, right? Because I have never I happen to get involved because.
Well, you can imagine what my opinion's like then, if yours is the least. I'm in real trouble.
But I think just like how we addressed this in 2800, I think because we were addressing this so late in the development process, we simply just said exception, and we simply wrote that, typically these choppers are designed to 2 per unit for 1 second, or 1 per unit for 2 second capability. I think it would be wise that PRC 29 recognizes, right, thermal limitations and design of these choppers, and the standard drafting team, whenever it is stood up, surveys international practices and comes up with some reasonable number, 1 per unit for 2 seconds, for example, and uses that in the standard, right? That way it's clear that what this resources will be able to write through, right? It gives clarity to transmission planner when they're designing their system, that what they can expect from those resources. If there is a weird event in planning assessment where the voltage remains low for longer duration, they know what to trip in a study, right? Because they know that the IBR or HVDC may not be in service anymore. So anyhow, that's my thought. I think whenever the team gets stood up, let them survey the industry, the standard practices around the world, and then come up with a reasonable number that could be used as a limit on a write-through. So the plant is required to write through, except they hit the limit, right? Beyond that, there is a cooling time. I think Mikhail said 1380 second, whatever that number is, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. It's
1,000 seconds.
Yeah.
Good. Well, that's helpful. I think I even saw a document recently from DMV that talks, the DMV, that's DNV, that talks about a number of the different standards around the world. And DMV would be the motor vehicle department. Does anybody have anything else to add with that? Anybody have anything else they'd like to add to Manesh's comments there around, either revising the standard itself or just live with the exemption approach?
Yes, Marco. I would just again double down on what Manish said. But at the same time, there is one other point which I thought of saying when I was trying to capture the main differences between 2800 and 29-1, which I know it's a very hypothetical situation, but being it's a standard, one can ask for it. So this is what it is. It's not even consecutive. In 2800 and also 29-1, The main body says that during a voltage dip, even, doesn't matter whether it's a shallow voltage dip or on a severe voltage dip, there is a requirement on prioritization of a reactive power over active power, or if somebody wants other way around, which is absolutely fine. All equipment manufacturer can do that. But then in 2800, there is no quantitative requirement on the magnitude of such. It just says the amount of reactive current should be dependent on the voltage deviation. So this morning when I was looking through Jamie's presentation, she actually captured exactly like that. However, there is a footnote on 29-1 where it says that TP, TC, they can unilaterally decide on the amount of reactive power and active power requirement during that ride through. And it is concerning, because based on all the conversation we had, we probably all understand now the point is, where do we keep those or consume those excessive energy in terms of megawatt?
Yeah.
If somebody asks for more reactive power, even if the voltage dip is not that much, right, then it's a total current limited equipment. Any converter system is total current limited equipment. And if the reactive current takes the lion's share, and if all the share with a shallow voltage dip, which may appear as a pretty benign, the chopper or the energy dissipation equipment ends up consuming all those energy. Therefore, overall, the requirement should recognize the thermal limitation and provides where we have some exception stated on the ride through, if it is required just to clear the fault, we just needed to have an additional point there within the body itself, recognizing the thermal limitation of full rated power for 2 seconds, whatever standard drafting team would decide based on input from manufacturer.
Thank you very much. I understand we got quite a backup of questions, but Divya, did you have something quick?
Yeah, so Mark, I think I support Rajat on that. Recognizing exception, a generic exception for the thermal limitation is fantastic. I think that gives some opportunity for the TO2 to utilize performance when they see fit or as they see fit based on the local transmission needs, right? Instead of prioritizing just word-to-word PRC 29 compliance. And even we try to limit by number of faults, but that's not easy. So I took a very simple example. You can go on forever if you iterate over different IBR operating power, not always the HVDC is carrying full power. So if you consider all those, this is a very large space. So you probably wouldn't come up with a meaningful number except to have this exception language clearly stated that gives an out for these devices.
Thank you. Well, my professor, Ned Mohan, would be very proud of me. I got through a chopper discussion for over an hour. That's a long time ago. So I'd like to pass this along to Jamie. She's been kind of having some of the questions. And Jamie, did you want to kind of start walking through a few of those that you've been receiving on the Slido?
Mark, you just gave me a question earlier. How many HVDC stations do we have in North America?
I meant VSC.
VSC, then it's at least 20.
Okay, thank you.
It's totally
so we got experience with them, right?
And 50, and you have to remember, you also do use a DC shopper for the classic one.
Yeah, HVDC.
So, and it's the same technology.
Yeah, thank you. Good point.
Mark, this is Allison.
Allison, you going to take it on?
Yes,
all right, thank
we've
you.
received quite a few, so we will get through what we can in the time remaining, and I'm going to start with any that
we should just skip the break and keep going.
If anybody has a question they want to thumbs up, it'll bring it up to the top of the list and it'll get asked first. So that's for all of the participants on today. So the first one I have is, can the panelists explain how the chopper is limited as a function of the voltage and time? Can a table be produced or chart showing what the capability is?
I think if I should answer that in a very simple way, is when you have voltage is not the limitation, but if you have a lower voltage, you need to normally get a higher current to be able, but you have a current limitation. So the voltage, I don't see the issue because you're just dumping energy down into this and you're managing the voltage with the converter itself or the rectifier. The rectifier is controlling the voltage on the DC line. So that's a control thing. That's why it's called voltage source converter, because it controls the voltage.
So Mikhail, I think the question, or one way to answer this question is, it really depends on. I think Rajat was alluding to this. It really depends on how much reactive power for a given voltage deviation, right? Because that requirement drives how much unbalance is between energy coming in and going out. So say, simple terms, K factor of 1, 50% voltage deviation, you only have 50% reactive power and then other 50% is active power. Simple example. So your unbalance is 50%. But if you go with the K factor of 2, then for 50% drop in voltage, 100% reactive power, your unbalance is now 100% going into the chopper, right? So I think another way to answer this is not just voltage versus time. This is about how much energy imbalance is created because of controls, reactive power for a given voltage deviation.
Yeah, and if I may add, I think Mikhail, you explained it from the voltage from the DC side, which is absolutely correct, as you said. But if I understood correctly, if the question is about depending on the voltage dip that's happening on the AC side or on the TS grid, then exactly what just Manish said. So in my mind, it's two. One is moment we squeeze down the voltage, it's like a water pipeline, it's getting clogged, right? And therefore the inverter station is not able to export power within the grid because it's VI cos phi. We have taken a hit on V and therefore I has a limit, so we can only get that much of energy. But whereas on my rectifier side, it's still bringing in presumably the full energy. So that needs to go to the energy dissipation unit or chopper, and then the amount of reactive current it's providing depending on the voltage dip. And of course, it's all energy dependent because that's what gonna keep pushing the temperature up of the device. Time is also important, but how long it needs to keep burning that power. So it's, I call it the energy, so the area under the curve that needs to be limited.
Thank you all. The next question we have is, can panelists explain any solution or approach to complement the chopper's ride-through instabilities? Can you add BESS and store excess power?
Mark asked that already, and Mikhail responded. So maybe Mikhail, if you don't mind.
What you could do, and I think Mark had a comment, you can put an energy storage and dump the energy in there, and then you push it out. And this has been now starting as a sort of a discussion that's a possibility to do. You also have in the circuit some energy storage capability in the capacitors, but that is fairly small. But I think the only realistic I see if you want to store the energy in a circuit like this is to add battery storage, but then you add a new functionality more into it, and I'm not so sure. You need to see that you want to have that functionality into it, and a battery storage is also a lot of discussion of the value of that energy storage for the system.
Even if it's a completely hypothetical situation, Mikhail, for one of our project, it's not an offshore, it's an onshore overhead line. We did try to explore that possibility, but the project economics simply did not play out.
Yeah.
of course,
That's what I
chopper
would
has its
expect.
price, but the battery energy storage system that would needs to take that amount of energy pulse, the price are not even comparable. Therefore, it's not at all an economical solution to mitigate.
I will
Yeah.
guess that.
I think one more point I want to add to Rajat and Mikhail. In addition to economics, it's not always clear you can get it permitted. So there are permitting and siting challenges. You may not have that space, you may not have the permits to do that even.
Okay, thank you. What is the advantage of an HVDC line over a traditional AC conducting cable?
I love that question. First of all, AC, small, low power, small distances makes sense. If you get longer distances and higher power, then HVDC will take it over because it have lower losses and lower cost. That's the first thing. Then with an HVDC, you have a lot of other capability. You can use this as a black start. If the system breaks down, you can actually start it up as long as you have on the other side a system that is working. So it can be a startup. Have been used in a blackdown in New York for many years ago, for example. Then you can control frequency and voltage in the system. So it's a control function in it, frequency and voltage control. You can also, by having an embedded HVDC, you can actually increase the power pull-through in an AC system. So it's a fantastic machine. So thanks for the question. And I probably forgot some of the benefits, but it's an interesting question. I think we started discussing this. We created multi-source converter 98 and went out, and then I think at the beginning of 2000, we start to realize all the benefits with it. And now we start to see it materialize everywhere.
And Alison, if I may just add, it's a little bit from the previous question. Just want to clarify. I mean, there is no such thing as chopper reliant, HVDCs instability. I mean, as Divya previously mentioned, Mikhail confirmed that this is not the thermal limit of the chopper is not causing any instability whatsoever. All we need to do is, considering a very extreme situation, we just need to be cognizant of the overall thermal design limitation. And as Mikhail said, the amount of thermal limit is pretty massive. We are talking about, if it's a 1 gigawatt link dissipating for 2 seconds, that is a pretty robust margin there. But now we are up against some very hypothetical requirement that's being put in place. So just wanted to clarify that it is not a limitation for chopper reliant HVDC that can create any instability by any stretch of imagination. It is absolutely going to be fine.
Thank you. All right, so Kelsey has given us our 5-minute warning. I think we're actually down to 3 minutes at this point, so let's see how many more we can get through. The next question I see is, a sustained 2-second fault at high voltages is a long time. How often has this occurred in Europe?
Good question. You have to realize, probably happen when you have let's see, it won't be a major issue, but if you have this kind of things, you normally shut down the system to save all the other equipment.
Right, Mikhail, just one more thing I would add. You're right, there are not many incidents where you have a bolted three-phase fault for more than, few cycles right at the AC to DC or DC to AC converter station. But you could have system disturbance where the voltage is not down to zero, but unhealthy, not nominal, for a few seconds where you need some capability to absorb the unbalance in energy, right? So this 2 second is not necessarily driven by a three-phase fall at the point of measurement for 2 seconds. It's more about, can we have some capability to absorb energy if you have a system disturbance where voltage is not very low but not nominal also for a few seconds.
I think, Manish, based on I not top of my head, but I believe most of the TO, they have obligation to bring back the voltage above 0.9 within a rather short time period, right? But yeah, that is one. If there is any fault induced delayed voltage recovery or something where voltage is just a shallow dip, so it cannot deliver all the energy within the grid, and that situation. But there is one thing I would say, again, it's hypothetical. If we are talking about a rather shallow dip, meaning it's going to be much longer time frame that this DBS would be able to absorb the energy, and that also allows time to take corrective measure on the generation side, right? I mean, in case of a fault, there is simply not enough time to create a run back signal, because if it is a wind turbine generator, it takes time. They cannot simply cut down the generation that quickly. They have a certain amount of slew rate and whatnot. But if the event is a shallow voltage dip, that means it's allowing longer time for this equipment to dissipate energy. That also allows some sort of a control system that can be put in place, which would take down the generation, so reduce the energy imbalance from the source itself and relieve the DBS from getting overheated or something of that nature.
Right, I absolutely agree. I think my point was that, I think 1 per unit for 2 seconds gives you enough capability to manage the risk and take remedial action both on transmission side or the generation side. I think that's what I was trying to get to. I think that 1 per unit for 2 seconds is enough capability to allow, keeping the grid. Now, the only caveat is you do that once and then you are out of commission for 20 minutes till the chopper cools down. But again, some of those are extremely low probability situations. What are the chances of getting disturbances so close to each other for long duration, right? But anyway, I agree otherwise, yeah.
But you can still control the power on the side and the voltage. So it could still be supplying reactive power and controlling the voltage and frequency. So you can still utilize it during the time, but I will probably not transfer more power through the system.
Thank you all for a great conversation. We have reached our time, so I will turn it back over to Sarah.
Well, I'll just thank everybody before you do that.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate the in-depth conversation and the back and forth. It really, I think, is very helpful to industry to hear from the experts on chopper design.
All right. Thank you, Mark, for moderating this group of very enthusiastic panelists. A lot of time and thought went into the preparation for this discussion. Hello. Thank you for sticking with us through the last panel of the day. The topic of panel 3 is equipment limitations of long lead time projects. Participating on this panel, we have Dr. Bruno Leonardi with New York ISO, Mark Felix Walker with Dominion Energy, Michael Goggin with Grid Strategies LLC, Herb Shrey Shuen with Power Advisors LLC, and Miguel Angel Acosta with Vestas. As with the others, any panelist that would like to respond to one of the questions or has information to add, please use the Slido QR code to be called on by the moderator, who is going to be me. Jamie had to run for a conflict. I believe she will be back. At the conclusion of the panel, we will again have a Q&A discussion, also using Slido. As time permits, this panel will go until 4:30 Eastern. And with that, I am going to pull up the questions in a separate document. So just give me 1 second. So again, our focus today is on implementation related factors, particularly how long lead time projects intersect with reliability standards in the broader BES. Let's get started. Topic 1 is defining long lead time. Let's begin with a foundational question. What constitutes a long lead time project? Bruno and Mark, could you share your perspectives on how this term is defined in practice? Bruno, do you want to start?
I can do that. Thank you. So first, I want to thank NERC for inviting us to participate in the panel. We appreciate all NERC's work on the standards, BRC 29 and 24. We largely support the standards as drafted, and we believe that they will contribute to the continued reliable operation of the electric grid. Now, to your question on what constitutes long lead time projects, I think that's a term that was used in our response to NERC. And in our view, and we're not trying to define it here, but in our view, it for example, constitutes projects that have ordered equipment prior to the date when the standard was approved by NERC. That could be, for example, July this year. So that the equipment was procured and ordered prior to that, so there was no way to know what to design it to because the performance criteria was not specified yet. And these plants also would not be able to become commercially or enter commercial operation prior to the date when the standard becomes effective. So that would be October next year. Again, to us, the planning coordinator, that will be a general definition of what a long lead time project represents. So these are projects that require equipment that had to be ordered well in advance because of supply chain constraints, in a way that they were ordered when the performance requirements were different than what they are today, and they won't be able to become commercially enter commercial operation before the date when the standard becomes effective. So, but in my view, that's certainly a term that it's up for discussion, and in this will heavily certainly have to be discussed more in detail.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Mark, do you have any thoughts on this question?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Thank you again for Dominion Energy being invited to participate. I think as many of you know, we're in the business of supplying reliable, affordable, and increasingly clean energy to our customers, to our ratepayers. And that's IBRs are a significant part of that. We have been developing and purchasing partially developed projects for since 2013, about maybe 3.5 gigawatts of solar in particular. So we have been through the self-development process as well as partially developed procurement process of projects, and see a very long process there to get a concept into commercial operation. Sometimes we think it begins, when projects are perhaps funded, when they go for investment financial review. Perhaps maybe we think they get started when the EPC contract is executed. the interconnection agreement queue position, perhaps when that's submitted. All three of those rely upon suppliers and product. Those submittals require specific equipment to be configured in the interconnect application, the EPC contract. Even the locality use permitting is very specific to the equipment. So we rely upon, and developers rely upon, technology that in itself has gone through a multi-year product development process. So it's very easy for us to see when projects go into commercial operation, they're utilizing technology, inverters, that became product 7 to 10 years prior. So it's quite a long pipeline. And so begin to kind of merge, kind of see a blend between the long lead time projects and legacy projects, ones that have already reached that milestone of commercial operation. They're very similar. They have very similar aged technology, very similar aged capabilities. So I think that's where we kind of begin to think about a definition of long lead time. They're just slightly newer than legacy projects. Hope that helps.
Thank you. One quick follow-up also for you, Bruno, and you, Mark. For purposes of the reliability standard, is defining long lead time an option, or do you think industry can apply consistent criteria to determine whether a project qualifies?
Yeah, I'll jump into that. Now, Dominion views that there can be criteria established, for the exemption, and it's very narrow, very specific. So a couple that we have proposed and support, the interconnect agreements, the GIAs being executed before October 26 is one objective measurement. And the other is the EPC contract. When things are fairly far along, they've been typically banked and financed. That milestone's already passed, but it would be August of 2025. Those two are indications of where exemptions could be applied that we would support.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark.
I think my
Bruno?
view on that is very similar to Mark's. And the intent of our comments was that there would be a narrow slice of projects that would qualify. And these would be projects that were currently under development, right? That's another term you could think of when you talk about a long lead time project. Projects that started 7 years ago, that had order equipment perhaps several years ago. And some of these projects may be in a stage where they already have equipment on site, but they still won't be able to become commercially operable before October next year. So our view is that it's somewhat critical that the industry comes to a consensus on what constitutes long lead time projects. In the context that is what would be used to determine which of these projects can now seek an exemption to some of these requirements. So we think that it is critical that a more concrete way of defining what long lead is key to this whole process.
And I have a follow-up question. You may or may not know the answer to this, and you don't have to answer it, just a simple yes or no. But do you have a sense for each of your companies what you would consider a long lead time project, like how many, some data behind it? And I don't want you to share that data, you know, but do you have a sense of that for your company?
Yeah, I can offer some information there. Our long lead time, you know, what we would define that to be, is on the order of 3,000 megawatts, a pipeline. And our legacy pipeline is about the same. It's about 2,500.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely not asking you to share anything confidential. I just want to be clear on that. But
Yep.
Just trying to get a sense for the audience what that might be for a couple of companies. And Bruno, same for you if you're comfortable sharing any information. But if you're not, that's okay.
Yeah, for me, it's a little more difficult because if I use that criteria that, well, a plant must have a signed equipment contract ordering the inverter, that is what provides the right-through limitation. Like we don't know some of those details sometimes, so it's a little bit harder for us to determine. But it is not an extensive number of plants. It is a subset of plants that are currently under development.
Okay, I think that's fair. Thank you very much. Our next topic is equipment limitations. So that's what we're going to focus on. Is Miguel on the panel? Has he joined?
Yes, I'm here. Hi. Hi,
Hi,
Sarah.
Miguel.
Hi. Hi there.
Could you speak to what types of limitations might arise specifically from long lead time projects?
Sure, I can deep dive into that. And when we're talking about limitations, I mean, regardless if it's long lead or not, is based to the fact that as any other OEM, we are designing products that will not be installed or generating energy in many years from the start of execution of the R&D. And from an OEM, like any other industry, will be like trying to hit a moving target. So by the time those turbines that we are designing reach commercial operation, some of the reliability standards might have changed, like is the case of PRC 29 and 24 as a good example. So we will have to re-enter into redesigning a product that was pushed to the market years in advance. So we had a great presentation before from Rajat, Manish, and the other guys, I think Michael, about the HVDC connection. And to some extent, in many cases, the challenges from wind and pretty sure from solar as well, that we face when we're talking about right-through limitations are in a very minor scale, similar to what could be an HVDC converter, because it's actually the converter and the chopper that has a significant thermal limitation to ride through certain faults and certain specific conditions. But we don't have to only focus on the inverter as such. That is one of very well-known limitations, that the chopper might be the weak point in going through an LVRT. But also we have to keep in mind that a wind turbine is a complex technology equipment that have multiple other components and auxiliary services that have been certified for specific frequencies, frequency tolerances, frequency ride-through, and voltage ride-through. So if you manage to have a converter that can update settings, for example, to ride through LVRT requirements in PRC 29 or frequency ride-through requirements in PRC 29, doesn't mean that the whole technology product as such has been certified to have those limits. Because if a single auxiliary component in that wind turbine fails because it's not certified for a specific frequency versus time ride-through, then the whole turbine will trip, and then you will disconnect the equipment. So the limitations will go all the way from the converter to the actual auxiliary systems, transformers, the shopper resistor, DC links, IGBTs, etc. And to some extent, those limitations are very similar regardless if they are long lead projects or not. The problem is that when we are talking about long lead projects and products that have been already offered to the market, redesign and re-engineer those products is way more difficult than designing a new product to be compliant with a new standard.
That makes sense. You were the only one I had on tap for this question, but do any of the other panelists have anything they would like to add?
Yeah, this is Michael Goggin with Grid Strategies, and I can say that I think these types of limitations and the timeline required to bring these resources online is exactly why the American Clean Power Association and the Solar Energy Industries Association have put forward recommendations similar to what Mark and Bruno outlined in answering the last question, that it be based around these kind of concrete, tangible, but also limiting steps that where irreversible decisions about plant design, equipment, as well as the interconnection agreement have been made. And that is, I think, really kind of the best way to define these long lead resources, is to use those tangible steps that really define when these commitments were made, and those resources should not be penalized for playing by the rules that were in place at the time they made those decisions. I think that's the better approach than trying to define something like long lead that's inherently kind of a squishy term and open to gaming. Anything can be dragged out to be a long lead asset. Whereas if you key the definition around tangible steps that a project has taken, I think that's a very demonstrable threshold, and I think gives you a clearly delineated set of projects that versus don't.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to topic number 3, which is around reliability and economic impacts. This is for Mark and Michael, and then anyone who wants to add on. Hang on just a moment. I lost the question from my screen. There we go. So let's explore the consequences of failing to account for long lead time projects. How might this contribute to resource adequacy constraints? And what are the financial and economic impacts of exempting such projects, both for developers and consumers? So there are several facets to this question. I have Mark going first, but Michael, whichever one of you wants to start is fine.
Okay, thank you. For resource adequacy, if these exemptions aren't, granted, then as I mentioned, we have about 3,000 megawatts in this long lead time category. And the load growth in our region is substantial. It's no secret. It's a large growth in Virginia and the Mid-Atlantic region. And this would play pretty significantly in not being able to meet that load growth. As far as reliability, again, grid reliability would be challenged without the additional capacity of these IBRs, and it's amplified in our region with the load growth that has been forecast. These projects are underway in many cases, these long lead time projects. In many cases, we've gone through our internal stakeholder process and received governance for funding. We have been through our state corporation commission, our public utility commission for approval and in reasonableness testing for a ratepayer. So it would be a significant impact, economic impact, if these projects in the long lead time or a portion of them didn't proceed. It could have a significant impact.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Mark said. I think, so we're weighing this, the trade-offs here, the resource adequacy impacts of not allowing an exemption against any impacts to reliability from allowing the exemption. And to walk through that, on this one hand, on the resource adequacy impact, you've got the impacts Mark just talked about, these relatively near-term projects over the next several years that are in regional resource adequacy plans, and very likely in the current environment of load growth could very plausibly play an important role in keeping the lights on. And so you've got this very high probability of killing these projects, or at least significantly delaying them, if there is not a viable path to an exemption for these resources that are under development and slated to come online in the relatively near future. So that's on the one side, you've got high probability, high impact. On the other side, what is the reliability impact of granting these exemptions? And there, I think the story is a lot harder to make, that there is a real credible threat to reliability for a few reasons. One, it's important to keep in mind that when we're talking about exemptions here, we're not excusing these projects from providing ride-through. What the standard under PRC 29 lays out is that they have to maximize their ride-through capabilities and performance up to their technical limits. And so they're only exempted, and it's this very narrow sliver in most cases of these most extreme events on the frequency or voltage side or on the duration. And so only these very extreme events is where you might see a slight reduction in the performance of those resources relative to a resource that does not have that exemption. And that's a really important thing to keep in mind, because the ride-through curves on PRC 29 are very expansive. They go out several hertz on the frequency side, they go out very far on the voltage side, and they sustain both of those requirements for seconds, even minutes in many cases. And we have to think, what is the reliability risk? Where could we see an event, a credible contingency, where that performance in those extreme outlier events is needed? And we don't have those types of events on the power system, or if we do, what the IBRs are doing is irrelevant. The system has already collapsed. And really, if you look at what the requirements are in PRC 24, where the relays are allowed to trip the conventional generators, synchronous generators, or where under frequency load shedding kicks in on the load side, that's typically under frequency load setting is 59 hertz or something. So you've already curtailed most of the load, you've lost your synchronous generation, and so what is the value in really making these IBRs, this narrow set of IBRs we're talking about here, really ride through in those extreme events? I think it's negligible, if any, to really have that full performance. And so I think what we have to keep in mind here is that PRC 29, as it's written, is requiring a very high degree of performance and ride through on voltage and frequency for all resources. We're only talking about taking a narrow sliver out of that for a certain set of resources that cannot meet it, and they have to perform up to what they can provide. So this is going to be a large improvement, even with these tailored exemptions that we're talking about. And I don't really see any credible contingencies where there would be a real reliability, material impact reliability from allowing these exemptions for these long lead resources.
So I'd like to give a short counterpoint to Michael's commentary. I think that we don't really know whether it's a small sliver or what it is unless we study it. I think there's no doubt there needs to be a path to exemptions, but it shouldn't be on a calendar or a date basis or something, a bright line, let's call it, without an examination of the consequences of those exemptions. Let's take a hypothetical extreme case, which isn't realistic, but it make the point. The SAR submitted by ACP identified 21 gigawatts of projects at risk. I don't know where they are. Maybe ACP does, but you certainly wouldn't want to talk about them. We heard a little bit of a sample from Dominion just now. Let's say that 21 gigawatts was all located in a single balancing area like New England, which is a 25,000 megawatt system. That would be a material impact. Now, that's not the case. I know it is spread out all over, but we don't know. And I think a path to exemption has to go through a process of examining exactly what Michael raised, that if there's enough non-conforming IBR in a balancing area, whether it's existing operating called legacy or coming on in the near future, long lead time, I think the responsible parties, it's the reliability coordinator is actually responsible for the performance, the functioning of the automatic under frequency load shedding. This needs to be examined. It's an important technical requirement to examine the BES capability to shed load where needed effectively without going straight to blackout, and that the only way to exemption should be through a study that demonstrates that it's not an impact to those programs, which are the last line of defense. That's one potential way to address the exemption process.
This is Michael. If I can respond to that, we're certainly not opposed to having a study in theory. I think the default assumption should be that this is okay based on what we know about the curves and the performance of the resources. And this is demonstrable. We can show you the performance curves of the resources in question. And so I think it's the wrong approach to assume that, if there's these 21 gigawatts, that's, they're not going to perform at all on ride through. We know what these resources can do. We can provide that information and show that it is very close to the PRC29 curves. It's just in some places it cannot quite, on those extremities, on the extreme voltage or frequency or the duration, that's where the challenge is. And so I think the question becomes, if you can come up with a credible scenario in which those slivers of performance are important, and then we can do that study in that regional basis and see, does this materially matter for reliability, having that additional sliver there? I think the answer is almost always going to be, if not always, no, that it does not matter. Just we know that from the curves, we know that from what load and conventional generators are going to be doing during these events. But certainly, I think, I'm open to doing the study and proving that. And I think, but with the default assumption, based on what we know and what we know about the curves for these other resources, is that these IBR performance in that narrow sliver in these extreme events is not going to materially affect reliability.
Well, I agree. We don't know, like you say, but I do think the answer shouldn't be, we'll assume it'll work and let the system tell us the answer. I think we should, put the system into an unstudied state. And to the extent we can model it, we should. And to the extent we already have the existing automatic under frequency load shedding studies, they're performed every 5 years. They could be updated for current, a number of current factors, including the presence of the non-conforming generators currently in place and projected for some future test year. And we should let the studies tell us whether or not the exemption can go through without compensatory under frequency load shedding as one solution, by the way, or whether they can go through without any modifications to existing programs. Let's let the studies do the process and let that drive the conclusion whether exemptions should be granted or not.
Again, I'm not opposed to doing the study because I'm confident that it will show that I'm right. What we have to keep in mind here is the study cannot delay the timely interconnection and completion of these resources. Again, we're weighing this, very dubious, maybe reliability risk related to ride through in these implausible scenarios versus the very concrete and real effect that if you delay or impose these excessive costs on these resources, they will not be online when the grid operator is planning for them to be there. And that poses a real resource adequacy concern, which is the primary concern facing many regions in the next several years. So we can do the study, but it cannot delay these resources. Otherwise, we will have real reliability impacts at the expense of studying something that is almost certain not to be one.
I'd like to chime into that discussion a little bit. I think that's a really good discussion. And it ties into one of the comments we had to the FERC order, where we were seeking clarity on what is the role of the reliability coordinator in the exemption process. It seemed to us that the exemption would be evaluated through a series of document evaluation, at least for the legacy plants. It wasn't clear at the time whether plants under development would be able to seek an exemption. So the first ask was, should these plants that are under development be permitted to seek an exemption? And if they are, how is that evaluated? For us, that's what we do. As the reliability coordinator, we do reliability studies all the time. So for us, the easiest way to evaluate whether or not an exemption can be granted because it doesn't have significant reliability impacts is through a study. So again, to Herb's point and Mike's point, a study, and I think I heard John Schmal also mentioning this in the first panel, having a model of the plant and then studying that with the exemption and without is probably the most effective way, at least for us, the reliability coordinator, to determine whether an exemption can be granted because it doesn't add adverse reliability impacts or not. There's reliability concerns and an exemption can't be granted, something else needs to be done.
And there are solutions. If the study does reveal that there's a reliability impact, a negative impact on the existing under frequency load shedding program, we do have in MPCC, in the current standard, there is a compensatory load shedding feature in that for non-conforming generation. It was developed under the former wave of non-conforming spinning generators that we had. We had to go to down that path. So not that it fits exactly because the way it's written is not directly applicable yet, but it is conceptually one solution. There are other solutions. The operator can carry more spinning reserve if he's concerned about the ride through of the existing fleet. There's a number of other areas, but there is a demonstrated area of solution space in the compensatory load shedding feature that we already have in the Northeast. I've looked around, no one else actually has it yet. It's certainly not in the North American standard, but the existing SAR that ACP submitted could provide a forum for having that discussion and getting the components needed, looking at other standards that are affected in order to implement this sort of thing, if that's the way the industry wants to go.
I just want to put a finer point on the fact that these resources have already been studied in the process of getting an interconnection agreement and complying with various NERC standards, and they were studied as they will perform using the legacy equipment as they've been proposed. And these, they are able to get these interconnection agreements because the grid operator came back to them and said, yes, we can reliably accommodate your resource and it will be reliable under the credible scenarios that we've evaluated. So I think the study has already happened to evaluate the impact of these exemptions and found that they were going to be reliable. So yeah, again, we don't want to be the most important thing here is really not delaying these resources in coming online in a timely fashion so they can meet load growth. And we're open to any studies that would add value to what's already been done, but we don't need to we can't be slowing these projects down.
Yeah, I agree, Michael. They have been studied extensively, and with some of the new reform, they've been studied multiple times, multiple phases. So they've been studied quite a bit by the time we get a executed GIA.
Let me ask Mark a question. And I spoke to one of your colleagues at Dominion. Is it the fact that you have made no adjustments to your automatic under frequency load shedding program as a result of the extensive IBRs installed on your system already?
Good question, Herb. I don't know the answer to that. That's a very.
I did get an answer from one of your colleagues that said no. And I asked Georgia Power the same question in another forum, and they have not, at least not at that time. That was last summer. I think for Michael, the point is all of the studies that were done, we're not looking at this aspect and the aggregate effect of non-conforming generation on the performance of under frequency load shedding. And the reason is, unfortunately, the NERC standard only does a reverse look every 5 years as to what's been installed. And the reason for that, of course, was because there was no change in the system as at the pace that we're seeing now. So I think it's a valid excuse as to why it wasn't done. But I do think going forward, because of the pace of change and the advent of the new technology and the demonstrated limitations it has, through the disturbance analysis you've all read at the, that NERC carries on its website, it's necessary to go forward and check this before we assume that an exemption should just be granted based on some, specific dates or parameters or whatever, contract dates. I don't think it's wise to assume it'll work. I think we need to prove it to ourselves that it'll work, that the under-frequency load shedding, automatic under-frequency load shedding will not be impaired, and that the system will operate during disturbances as expected. It's the last line of defense is the program. I think it should be checked.
All
Well,
right. I think
go ahead.
What was that, Herb?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I think we've had a lot of good dialogue around this question. I do want to give Miguel an opportunity to weigh in if he has anything to say. Otherwise, we'll move on to question 4.
No, I mean, I don't have anything else to add, other than I would just emphasize on the point that was raised by Michael. It's not a binary 0 or 1. Those assets, if they require an exemption, it's not that they would simply trip with any fault. They just have little parts of the curve that might not be compliant with, that might not pose the risk the reliability of the system. And it's just a matter of analyzing that specific zoom-in area to evaluate if that is a risk or not. But I would agree on the general idea, to confirmation with the simulation results that should not be the case. Yeah, but other than that's it.
All right. We've had a couple questions come in, but we'll save those for the end. I am going to move on to question 4, which talks about exemption pathways. This one is for Herb and Michael. Should long lead time projects, particularly IBR facilities under development, but not in service by the PRC 29 version 1 effective date, which is October 1st, 2026, have a pathway to exemption?
So unsurprisingly, sorry, go ahead.
No, either one of you can start.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna just say, unsurprisingly, I believe the answer is yes. As I think, we've just kind of laid out, the resource adequacy impact of not granting those exemptions would be extremely harmful in many regions. Weighing that against, on the other side, I think this remote, if non-existent risk of the marginal reduction in the ride-through performance actually contributing to any credible reliability risk. And I think we've laid out conditions that create a very well delineated bright line test for which resources should be able to get this exemption. The resources that have a signed interconnection agreement and have signed the primary procurement and construction contracts, and therefore has taken irreversible steps that have locked it into certain equipment, and basically changing the rules of the game in the middle of the game would unduly penalize those resources, would subject them to excessive costs. And we're really talking about hundreds of millions of dollars potentially on individual projects here for, in the case of offshore wind, subsea cabling and other things that has already been installed that cannot be fully compliant with the full ride-through curves that we're looking at in PRC 29. And so basically those resources would either have to incur incredible expense and a lengthy delay, or the projects would be canceled outright, either of which is going to harm resource adequacy for people that were, for regions that were counting on those resources to meet load, which is rapidly growing, as we all know. So again, I think that is the primary importance here, is creating that viable path for these well delineated resources that just have taken these tangible steps, and we can demonstrate that to have a narrow exemption for those resources.
So I'll agree with Michael that there needs to be a path to the exemption. I support the idea that the resource adequacy concern is important, and I think that the only place where we have a disagreement is that the reliability coordinator and the connecting transmission owner needs to know that what the outcome is if the exemption and the ride through, whether it's a small sliver or a large sliver, I don't know what the aggregate effect is. We need to know how many in each balancing area. We just got a little sample from Dominion, and we know at least what ACP says the total is. But we shouldn't just do a bright line based on some dates. I think we should, and I'm not insensitive to the cost that's been expended and the money that's at risk. But I do think we should test for before we connect, and I think that's the prudent way to run the power system going forward.
Now, Herb, if I can ask, so you mentioned like the interfrequency load shedding, but in the interconnection process, there's extensive studying of these resources that's already been completed, and that they've received their interconnection agreement. So the grid operator has basically said you can reliably interconnect. What is not covered in those studies that have been done that you think would require further study that could identify concerns?
So specifically, because the industry is conditioned to looking at underfrequency load shedding in hindsight every 5 years, this is not something that's front of mind for these interconnection studies. And I think that there's been I think everyone knows there's been a limitation on the number of people that could do EMTP studies, the fact that, whether they're been employed in every interconnection study, I don't know. But I do think the question of granting an exception, allowing non-conforming generation, just by definition triggers the question, okay, what are the consequences of its non-conforming? You say it's a small sliver, we don't need to recycle that discussion. I say it could be a small sliver, but I don't know. And I come down on the side of look first, then connect, not connect and see what happens.
But performance of these resources was laid out in detail in that interconnection process and was studied with the legacy equipment that these resources plan to use. And the interconnection, agreement was signed with, basically the transmission provider saying, yes, we can reliably interconnect this resource based on what we know about the performance, which is going to match what it, and so I think, that exemption was already baked into the analysis that's been done. I just don't see what additional, change has occurred that needs studying. The resources proposed as it will be built.
So let's do the test case. Let's just take the two Odessa cases. I mean, we discovered the power system gave us an answer. It said that a lot of IBRs didn't come back to work after a routine disturbance. Okay, and it was a big number. Now it wasn't big enough to go anywhere near their underfrequency load setting limit for a state like Texas, but it was a big enough number to get attention. And it started back with the Blue Cut fire, and we're going to have more of them. And so the point is, at some point, there is a number of megawatts that will not perform after a disturbance as expected, and that needs to be looked at in aggregate. We need to know it's not just one at a time like an interconnection study. It's a cluster type study, but looking at this particular question. And I just think the study should be done beforehand. And I know you had a valid point. We got to go ahead. We're moving forward, but we have a new standard. We've evolved a bit based on that learning. We definitely want to fix it going forward. I don't think anyone doubts that future manufacturers will conform, because otherwise people won't buy. And I do think people who've made the investment need to have a path forward too. But that path needs to have a look before you leap. And this is an area which has not been examined thoroughly, I think, but we can find out. We can do a survey. NERC can do a survey on this and see, how many interconnection studies actually looked at the aggregate impact on their underfrequency load shedding program for the balancing area. We should find out. If they all come back and say we did it, or 80% of them said we did it, good. We'll focus on the 20% that didn't.
So those ride-through issues that occurred nearly 10 years ago now, I think that's why we're here today. That's what spurred Order 901 from FERC, and that has driven not just this, but a whole host of changes to NERC standards and other FERC totally changing the interconnection agreement process. And as part of that, for example, NERC is putting forward Mod 26 that is now basically final, will be filed at FERC shortly. It requires detailed electromagnetic transient modeling of resources and validation that they perform as modeled. And so I feel like all those concerns about resources not performing as expected is being addressed through other standards. It's not, it's been addressed, it's being addressed, and it's not the issue here. So I just don't see what, again, these resources were studied and found to be reliable. So I'm still struggling to see what the reliability concern is here.
Studied by what was available at the time, with the models available at the time, and maybe not adequately studied because of what was available at the time. That's all. I'll stop there.
Sarah, I think you're on mute.
And you're mute, Sarah. She mentioned she had audio problems this morning, so I don't know if that's recurring for her.
That was user error. I was on mute I have two, I'm double muted, so I was muted on one. And I said, sorry, I did not mean to interrupt the discussion, but we do have a follow-up here, and I want to get to question 5, where we try to talk about solutions. So the follow-up on question 4 is, can we consider some potential outcomes if there are no changes made to the exemption provision? So I'm going to give you 3 examples. So if existing IBRs may face early retirement, planned IBR projects could be canceled before reaching commercial operation, and non-conforming IBRs might connect to the grid without adequate reliability review. Thinking about these scenarios, how do they affect BES reliability and resilience? And just want to take a few minutes on this so we can get to that last question, and also want to hear from Bruno, Mark, and Miguel if they want to weigh in.
Sure, Sarah, I can maybe start the discussion on this one. So what solutions could address the issue? I think the previous panel, when the panelists were talking about the chopper aspects of HVDC connected IBRs, what started to float in that discussion was that, well, perhaps if we add more clarity to the way that the requirement is described in the standard, maybe an exemption is not needed, right? So one way perhaps to avoid the path of exemption is, well, if what is a change in the requirements, if, again, the example that was used in the previous panel related to the choppers, if a change in the requirement makes it clear that now the plan owner realized that, well, now it's clear to me, I think I can meet this, I don't need to seek an exemption anymore. I think that would be a way to address some of these issues as well. Again, I think a lot of us got pulled into the exemption path because there was one of the requirements that was allowing an exemption to be submitted for legacy plants, and I think that's kind of what got most people thinking about, well, maybe we need an exemption path for some additional plants that are under development, but it could be a change in the requirements as well, which was discussed previously.
I think we might have covered some of this before.
But you make a good point about the legacy projects. They're very similar, as I mentioned, to the development pipeline. It's just a shade of gray. And so, if we're not going to study the legacy projects, then why are we studying that shade of gray of development projects? And if we do disrupt the pipeline of projects that are funded and approved and procurements underway, it's going to have a significant impact in local economies where counties are counting on these projects to be, impacting them favorably. It's disruptive.
Anyone else, or are you happy going on to number 5? We have about 20 minutes left, and I think we do have some questions in queue. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to question 5. And this is about solutions and mitigation. So to wrap up prior to Q&A, I'd like to open the floor to each of you. What solutions could address the challenges posed by long lead time projects? Some ideas include a robust technical review of non-conforming IBR projects' impact on UFLS programs, and I'm not going to be able to say this now, it's late in the day, compensating offsets to mitigate reliability risks. So I want to hear your thoughts on these and any other potential strategies. These are just a couple of examples. And why don't we just start, I'm going to go back to WebEx and go in order. And Mark, you're first up.
Thank you, Sarah. So Dominion is very much in favor of clear, objective, criteria for the exemptions. As I mentioned before, projects that have, significant hurdles, have met significant hurdles in technical reviews with the Interconnection Authority. We're now, for the past 2 to 3 years, that's being performed on a cluster basis, not on a single project basis. So they're very comprehensive studies. So we feel like that's a clear objective criteria to be used in the exemption process. And then financially, projects that have financial approval to execute EPC contracts for engineering, equipment procurement, and construction, not just executed, but or signed, but executed into that procurement, into that engineering. So we feel like those are clear, objective, almost self-regulating criteria for the exemption process.
Very good. Bruno, you're next in my line of panelists.
Sure, thanks, Sarah. I think what's coming through is that we kind of all agree that a path should exist. What we don't agree seems to be how plans should be evaluated for an exemption, which is fair. As a plan coordinator, I'm on the side that, well, a lot of studies have been done, but also during the interconnection study project, things change, settings change, new models are submitted. So it's not like a study was done and we conclude it's not a problem. There's a need for us to understand exactly what is the exemption you're asking for, what's the type of limitation and all that. And a lot of that can come through documentation, but ultimately a study which, in context of the delays you could have with a project, a study to evaluate the risk is not something that, in my view, would take a substantial amount of time and could be done well in advance of these plants interconnecting.
Very good. Thank you. Herb, you're next in line.
Yeah, so you've heard us talk about the under-frequency load shedding and compensating for the non-conforming generation through compensatory load shedding. There are other solutions. There could be, it's an economic question, but it could be carrying of more spinning reserve in order to be ready in case the disturbance comes through and the IBRs, don't perform. The solution set can only be determined after the study identifies that there's a problem. It's entirely possible that a large system can absorb a certain number of non-conforming IBRs and not have a problem. Okay, it is where I started initially. We have one data point from ACP saying it's 21 gigawatts. Well, where are they? And in each BA where they are, what fraction do they pose? And then you can start to lay out an update to the existing under frequency examination. Probably bring forward a couple other assumptions regarding load and other things, and see whether it matters or not. I think Michael might be absolutely right. It could be a small sliver, but I don't know that. And I think that the responsible entity for the reliable operation of bulk power system in the end is the transmission planner and the reliability coordinator. In fact, the UFLS standard says it right up front. The reliability coordinator is responsible for the functioning of the program. It needs a lot of cooperation from a lot of TOs underneath the reliability coordinator typically, but they ultimately have the obligation to make sure they have a functional system. Now, the unfortunate part is current NERC standard says you look backwards every 5 years and check, but the pace of change is much faster than that. I think a prudent action would be to be checking going forward. But there are a number of solutions, and a path to exemption should be put in place, but not without examination.
Thank you, Herb. Michael, you're up next.
Yeah, I don't know that I have too much to add. I agree with Mark that I think it's really critical that we have this pathway based on these defined criteria for resources, and this is consistent with the directive that FERC has given here about exempting legacy resources, which includes both existing as well as those are not yet online. And again, I think this has been extensively studied in the interconnection process, and these resources were determined that they could be reliably interconnected, and so. I just don't see value in studying these things to death. I think the reliability impact will be much greater from literally killing these projects by studying them to death and depriving us of resource adequacy resources that we need in the near term. If I can put forward these credible scenarios in which this marginally reduced performance could have a material impact in a credible scenario. I think we'd be happy to look at that. It's just, it's something that I don't see the value, what value is being added beyond what was already been studied extensively in the interconnection process.
Thank you so much. And Miguel, last but certainly not least, I'd like to hear from you.
Sure. Well, I think we all in this call agree that we need a path forward, and probably the commercial operation date might not be to apply in full the new standard. I do agree with many things that we have been sharing in this call, but I think, and it is more of reflection, I think when we take cases like Odessa, we should separate the long lead versus the legacy. I mean, when we are studying the Odessa event, we are getting everything as a bulk with all the IBR resources we have there, and certainly the long lead projects that we are discussing in here, they will not have the same performance specifications that all that massive pool of resources that were studied in the Odessa event. All these projects have been going through grid interconnection studies, and they have grid interconnection agreements. So I don't have a magical solution for the path forward, but ideas like the one proposed by ERCOT when developing NOGO 245 in saying if you have a grid interconnection agreement, this is a long lead time project and you might not reach PRC 29, at least ensure that your limitations comparing to PRC 29 are not software based, and then you can maximize your setting to your damage curve instead of going through extensive simulation exercises and redoing grid interconnection studies, but at least ensuring that those are falling short in meeting PRC 29, at least if they have some room to expand their protection settings, they will do it based on the damage curve of the equipment.
Yep. Thank you so much. We do have 12 minutes left for questions before we go to general Q&A. So if you have any general Q&A questions that you haven't already submitted, please do that. In the meantime, I am looking at the questions in Slido, and I am going to, if you're going through them and you see them and you like a question, please do that, because those are the ones that I want to go to first. Let me see. Oh, it looks like Jamie is going to take this part. So we switched places.
Thanks so much, Sarah.
I'm happy to do it, Jamie, if you want me to.
All right, thank you so much. When it comes to some of the questions we saw for hardware limitations, this is going to be a little challenging if there's general questions that relate to the long lead times. But with the hardware limitations, is there somewhat of a crossover here between some of the conversation we heard during hardware limitations, being able to demonstrate that, and some of the conversation here on long lead times? Is it that the projects with longer lead times are unable to meet or the particular right-through criteria, or do they have documentation issues with being able to demonstrate hardware limitations? Because there is a blend between these. So looking to see kind of what we're talking about in terms of where there might be some crossover.
Right. I don't know, maybe I really doubt that any of the long lead projects that we're discussing here will have issues to document the limitations because they are negotiations that were relatively recent. It's more about the limitations in meeting the actual standard.
Okay. Any other thoughts from members of the team? Looking through, it seems like a lot of these questions were already asked here for the previous panels. Some of the questions relate specifically to the webinar itself, and some of them look to be focused on compliance-related questions, and not so many more general questions it looks like pertaining to long lead times. Where we have some additional considerations, when we're talking about a path forward, just from the conversation said today, what type of information can we provide to, or what would be recommended to provide to support moving forward with looking at additional, believe changing either some particular dates or allowing for additional exemptions in some capacity? As part of modifications to a reliability standard, we have to be able to demonstrate no additional challenges be presented to the grid, essentially, with those some improvement to reliability. In this case, we'd be modifying for some additional resources to come through. What type of information or data that could we be able to provide?
I'd be happy to take that one, Jamie.
Yes, please.
I think that it's essential to know whether they're legacy or long lead time, coming. The concentration of the projects in each balancing area. I think that'll help inform the question of the, reliability risk, resilience risk, actually more in terms of, when they don't perform as expected or as required now under the standard. And I think that the information that we need that the industry needs is a survey of some kind. I mean, I don't know if ACP is willing to help and provide the distribution of their 21 gigawatts in their SAR, or other organizations are willing to do that without maybe attribution to a specific project, but at least by balancing area. I think NERC needs to know that to help guide the drafting team for the SAR and for ultimate, standards drafting team at some point. I don't think it could be done without modification to the standard, at least the PRC 29, and then there may be other standards affected based on the discussion that we had. But I think the distribution of the non-conforming projects is an important piece of information we don't have. I'll leave it there.
If I could chime in, I think the distribution is part of it. I think the more important piece is what performance those resources will provide. And, again, in most cases, this is just a sliver where they cannot meet the extremities of the ride-through curve in terms of frequency, voltage, or duration. And so, coming from the default assumption that these resources that have an exemption won't ride through anything at all is completely wrong. And it's the opposite of the reality that, these resources are going to ride through. And so, I think only looking at the distribution, I think could give you a very skewed picture of reality that, if you're assuming that these resources are not going to ride through at all. So, that performance, I think, is the much more important piece, and seeing, with that performance capability, are there credible contingencies that would result in a material impact to reliability? Or are these things so far out in the curve that the system is already basically on its way to black at that point? So what does it matter if, the IBR hangs on for an additional second or not at 57 hertz?
Yeah,
I agree with you, Michael, and I think so. I'd expand my ask to where are they and what can they do, so that we can define whether or not it's a sliver or not, right? And then we have to let the reliability coordinator, who's responsible for the ultimate performance of the under frequency load shedding scheme, to make that judgment. They may judge that, yep, it's a small sliver and I'm not even do the study, but let them say it, because they own the accountability for whether the automatic under frequency load shedding works or not. And the problem with the whole program is we never test it. We hopefully never do. We didn't test it in URI. They came close within 4 minutes of triggering, but that was a whole different scenario. But that's why we study it.
Yeah, and again, this has only been done to the interconnection
this is
process.
exactly, so some of the questions here in chat, I'm trying to summarize these because we have a shortage of time here, is what studies can we provide? We can't make statements with the revisions. We would have to provide clear information as to what's being changed and as to why. When it comes to what additional studies or surveys, there are some questions there. I think some of the concern comes down to timing. One of the questions here in regard to how we're holding certain resources to different standards of requirement, there has to be a cutoff date somewhere. How we have conversations with adherence to 901, addressing performance related issues, and what we can provide in terms of modifying the standard is, I think we still don't have that outside of, we do need data. Would that be a fair assessment?
I think that any drafting team you put to work on this is going to need more information than they have. You've just heard two aspects of it. Where are they and what can they do within the balancing area they're going to be located? And what does the RC responsible for the program think about that? I think those are the edges of the survey. But and you probably should do it in a hurry. you've got only a short time to get a report out to FERC.
Well, these projects have been studied and they've been studied as a cluster. So, you know, if there's going to be any more studies performed, it would be probably wise that they be performed in the time frame that they were going to go, the ones that are long lead time, the studies be completed before the backfeed date or the in-service dates, so they don't disrupt reliability and resilience.
We have a few questions here still. Questions regarding TPL1, R2, and PRC6 and resource adequacy. Not sure if that's related to long lead times, unless it's related to the particular assessments for bringing those online. Agree that IVRs that require exemption need to be studied by HPC. Is there a possibility of using the process developed by ERCOT's NOGR 245 R245? Is that Miguel, I think you were alluding to that earlier?
Yeah, ERCOT is ahead of the game in terms of thinking about these things in a lot of ways. You know, if you've seen their work on the IBRs, you know, they have a little different regulatory environment, right? Just a single state agency who's focused on this with them. They still have to comply with the NERC standards and are driven by that, but they're going way ahead of that. So ERCOT is a place to look for inspiration. I gave you one we already have in the Northeast. We have compensatory load shedding. That's another place. There's a lot of places to look for ideas on how to move forward, because I agree, in a process for exemption needs to be done, needs to be developed here.
We are here at 4:30 exactly. I want to thank all of our panelists here from all the panels for joining and participating on today's conference. I do want to go ahead and say we've got some Slido questions that we'd like to pull up to be able to run through, basically summarize maybe some options for what we heard from the conversation today. So Kelsey, if you're able to pull up the first poll on hardware limitations, we'll go ahead and see if we can get that up and running for folks to respond to. Okay, as you see on the screen, please navigate to slido.com, enter code NERC 909. There should be, I believe, 3 responses here that are capable of being selected. Thank you, Kelsey. So we're looking at ranked choice voting. So just to see an order of preference here on particular solutions, please respond. Okay, only see 39 responses so far. There is a larger number of folks online. So I guess we'll just give folks a minute to join the poll and provide your thoughts on this. Okay. It seems to be slowing down. I think we've got, oh, more people are joining. I'll leave it here for a moment since we still have some people participating. Okay, I think we've got a pretty solid answer and no more responses. So it looks like we're landing here on revising the requirement language to specify acceptable documentation types and processes for cases. So we'll look at this, the document, the SAR is out for comment review as well. We'll go ahead and move to the second poll. Okay, looks like we've capped out at 52 respondents. If you'll bear with us for just 1 second due to the time frame on this third panel, we're just verifying this last poll. Okay, we're going to make this last one just an open question. And Kelsey, when you're, well, then I have to remove a couple letters because it's too long. Okay, it is ready to go. Okay, still see one participant typing, so we'll just leave that open. Okay. Well, really appreciate everyone who took the time to respond, especially this last one as it had a longer request. There's a lot here to consider. We're going to be taking this back and talking with the drafting team. We are standing one up to be able to review the SAR comments that are submitted. Please do respond to the SAR comment that's been posted or to the SAR that's been posted for project 2025-05. With that SAR comment form, there are additional questions. We're looking to get data. We need to be able to support any revisions to the standard implementation plan with some form of information that can demonstrate the rationale for the decision and the ability for us to ensure we are not increasing risks to reliability. With that, Mark, I believe you are online here for closing us out.
Sure. Wow. I mean, what a great workshop. And, I think the conversations anywhere from, very detailed and to also, overall information sharing and even chippy at times. And that's okay. That's what it's all about, is getting the word out, getting views on the table. Folks probably know about my conversation around the Iberian blackout, and when I look at what happened there, it really was a failure of engineering, in many senses. Some of it, which was that things were set in motion many years ago, and with certain sets of regulations and things like don't allow reactive power to absorb or provide or photovoltaics to absorb or provide reactive power. I mean, it's the rule, which created a situation later on where there wasn't enough other types of resources available to support and enable management of voltage. And so as we start looking in the long game here, we have to start thinking about what we're doing today. And so it works today doesn't mean it's going to work tomorrow. And so how do we make sure that we develop a system that will support the inverter-based resources of tomorrow, inverter-based loads of tomorrow? As people perhaps heard me talk about how we're having this kind of mass control system right now, which we're slowly but surely taking mass out of, and having more of an active control without mass. And how do we manage that? Because inverters can do so much and can support the system in so many different ways. We have to make sure that we design it so that it can do that. And it's never been done before, certainly not like a system like this anyway. So again, thank you all for participating today. And we have to remember where we have been and what we've seen before with certain types of events taking many thousand megawatts of generation offline, and how we manage that, how we can manage that in the future for new facilities and even for existing ones for that matter. Many of you are familiar with the Alert 3 that we sent out recently asking for inverters that can provide more reactive support to do so. And we'll be following up on that. In the FERC Order 909, I think, is a comprehensive and timely resolution of some of the essential issues that we're dealing with IBR performance, and we have, so we ensure that the additions preserve and support and actually improve the reliable operation of the bulk power system. I think a lot of the conversations we had today about existing resources as well as future ones and bringing in HVDC into the conversation, I think we're good. And these all really kind of relate to what kind of experiences have we had? What kind of data do we have? How can we support new technologies as they're being added to the system? And what can we learn from where they've been deployed in the past? I know that most of the conversation today was around modifications of PRC 29, including some of the exemptions of the HVDC connected IBRs with the chopper limitations and what we've learned from that, as well as some of the data perhaps that we'll be able to get from OEMs. I think is going to help us a great deal. This really only applies, I think, to a small set of generation, but it may not yet rise to the level of a standard revision. We'll see what we get as far as data goes. Considerations also for the long lead times requiring some of the redesign. And I think some of the panelists discussed some of the entities that may choose to abandon some of the construction. And we're not trying to chase generation off. We just want to make sure that we account for some of the capabilities of these resources and make sure that we're not creating further problems down the road. One can say, well, right now it may not be an issue, but it could be an issue down the road. So how do we understand what those implications are? Do those studies, make sure that we are tapping those inverters as best as we can to support the reliable operation of the system. Maybe also looking at upgrades in the future as well. And while providing industry with, I think, examples of how we can demonstrate equipment limitations, we're wondering if, revising standards is really the right direction. And of course, I think some of the input that you're giving us right now is going to help us, or if we can just provide more implementation guidance. And for those who don't know what that is, that's really guidance on how to meet standard requirements without actually having to go and changing the standard. But of course, it usually has to be submitted to us by industry. That's not something NERC goes off and does on its own. I think feedback from the panels and some of the live polling will really be very informative. And I know that sometimes that takes a lot of time and effort. I know that it's been a long day, but I think it's been a fruitful one. Please continue to provide that information and your views. We're looking for alternatives here. We want to make sure that we're engineering the system of the future. so that we're not having kind of any kind of regrets, but rather we've done the right kind of engineering and have the right kind of tools available to operators to operate the system that will be more and more inverter based. And that's actually exciting, but we have to get there and make sure that with the journey that we don't perhaps get ourselves into a corner. So for the sake of time, I know that they'll be initiating a drafting team to review the standard authorization requests and results of this workshop to determine if we have sufficient information to technically justify modifications to PRC 29 as it stands today. So I wanted to, with that, again, thank you all. I'm excited about what I heard today. I think that there's information that will be submitted, which will help help the drafting teams make decisions. You know, it's always hard when you don't know what the risks are and from certain types of configurations, and what looks okay today may not always be great in the future. So how do you make sure you stay on top of those changes and make sure that we make adjustments so that we don't find ourselves into a situation where, again, a failure of engineering in the Iberian Peninsula resulted in a situation where they were trying to manage one thing and created a problem for another thing. So with that, delighted with the results, and thank you, Jamie. Thank you to the NERC staff for putting this on. Thank you to all the panelists for your preparations and your thoughtful give and take in questions, and thank to the audience who provided questions and also results in the polls, which will help lead the standard authorization request and drafting team in the right direction. There's still 9 more minutes, but I don't have 9 minutes more of remarks. So I'm sorry, Jamie, if I failed you.
Not at all. No, we were very efficient here with the last hour. Really appreciate you, Mark, for joining and sharing your thoughts with us here today. And second, just appreciative of all of the NERC staff and panelists who were able to make this happen today. And for everyone who joined and shared your thoughts, we're going to continue the conversation, of course. So thank you again. We'll go ahead and stop the recording and close out this presentation. Thank you.